Friendos, how long it's been. It's been one, two, two entire days. Yeah, listen, I know I'm late, and I'm sorry. I had to run out to the store. I had to get some cigs, okay? But we're back now, okay? I was never going to leave you, and it'll never happen again. Hey there, folks. How how excited are you today to be alive? Stop smoking that shit. I didn't. Wait, it was a joke. Like when your dad leaves to go to the store to get some cigarettes. That's the joke, right? Like when your dad leaves. I don't smoke cigarettes. That was what I was trying to do. Okay. Well, anyway, folks. As it turns out, while I was gone, I know. Difficult to imagine. Politics happened, so we've got to talk about that. First of all, I mean, this is, I mean, it's all politics. It's all politics all the way down. But this is pretty fucking wild. Um, this explosion in Beirut. Hold, is that Beirut? I'm not really that clear on the pronunciation. Holy shit. This place sure got fucking leveled. Yeah, hundreds of people dead. It's actually fucking insane. Look at this. It's Beirut. Beirut. Okay. I'd say it's not that much, right? Look, it's just oh. That's a fucking, that's an anime blow right there. Some Goku screaming for a while shit. Jesus Christ, that entire, not just that block, I mean, the city is fucked now. It looks like it was some kind of industrial accident. I don't know if this, to my knowledge, I don't think this is considered to be like a terrorist attack. Let me see if there's anything here, because it said it was fireworks. Yeah. But it could be fireworks. But I don't know if it was fireworks that were already there as part of like production, and it was an industrial accident, or if it was fireworks that somebody deliberately lit off. Yeah, so I don't know. Hundreds of casualties. The cause of the blast remains unknown. An Israeli official told Reuters that the country had nothing to do with the blast. Oh. That's kind of funny. I like how there's just a giant explosion in like a neighboring country, and Israel's like, guys, yeah, I need you to know we had nothing to do with this. That is a little bit funny, you know. That is a little fun. Like if there was a giant explosion in Mexico and Trump had a press conference, yeah, we didn't do it. It wasn't us. Yeah, it's probably an industrial accident. It's really fucked up though. It's something we don't think about that much because we live, you know, in the global north, I guess. But back during the Gilded Age, you know, back when the Industrial Revolution was really ramping up, we in industrial accidents like this were super common. Actually, one of the most common factory explosions were at milk packaging plants, if you can believe it. Or like milk. It had something to do with milk. Did they package milk back then? Because when it evaporates, there's a powder, like a sort of residue that's highly flammable that sticks to every surface. Yeah, there are boiler explosion. Flour mills? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, lumber mills. Listen, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, everything exploded. All factories exploded, okay? It was all factories. Because generally speaking, when factories produce things, they leave a particulate, and particulates tend to be highly flammable because there's air caught in between the particulates, which provides the oxidization for a rapid combustion. That's why when you when you're trying to start a fire, you use tinder. Tinder's usually like a very dry, kind of powdery or fluffy substance. Yeah, coal mine accidents as well. We don't think about this that often from our perspective over here in a relatively safe country. You know, in the United States. I know I have only United States citizens watching right now. I did not give anyone outside the U.S. permission to watch this stream. If you are not in the United States, don't go, leave, go. But for the rest of us Americans, we live in a relatively safe country when it comes to industrial accidents, certainly. So it can be really sobering to see stuff like this, you know? As much as we complain about our country very, very validly, I guess it's a little bit nice to have a reminder that that at least a few of the laws we have regarding health and safety standards have paid off, because this shit does not happen at least as much in the US. It does happen sometimes. You know, every once in a while you'll get like an oil tanker that's on fire, that sort of thing. Man. Woo. I'm amazed this camera person survived. Wait, did they survive? Wait, hold on. Well, if they survived, that would be amazing. Sheesh. The Reddit thread had a lot of how else would they upload? Well, somebody else can take in the 38-second clip they do get up after. Wait, seriously? Wait. That video posting edited out the part that clarified the camera person was alive? Why the fuck would they do that? What? That's so macabre. Why would you? Oh, here's a cool video clip of a big explosion and of the camera person survived. Now I'm going to clip it right after 8 seconds of the phone just lying on the ground to really, really, really give the impression that the camera person is fucking dead. Look at the first video again? No, I won't. Fuck you. All these videos are the same. There's somebody filming the fires, and then the explosion happens, and they fucking book it. Oh shit, this is over the water. This video's a little further away. Whoa. Oh, this guy stayed. This guy stayed in place. I guess he didn't really have a choice. He's kind of out in the water, isn't he? I mean, you could duck under the water, I guess. I don't know how much that would save you, though. If there's an explosion above the water, the shockwave would still travel through the water, right? But probably not as hard? I don't know. Yeah, it would probably dissipate, at least somewhat. God damn, this shit is spooky. We saw that one. Oh, no. Ooh. Holy shit! It just eats the sky. The way this initial yeah, like burst of smoke dissipates outwards like a ring. Yeah. It's really clean. I mean, under better circumstances, it'd be pretty cool looking. Like if it was out in the middle of the ocean with no one there who died. It's compressed air. Yeah. Jesus. Well, whatever the case may be. What is this tweet someone sent me? Breaking: the Beirut explosion caused by highly explosive sodium nitrate confiscated from a ship more than a year ago and were placed in one of the warehouses located in the port. Wait, what? They just had a boat full of sodium nitrate? What? Hey, boss. Where do we put the boat full of sodium nitrate? I don't know. Just put it in the warehouse. Just put it somewhere over there. We'll deal with it later. Fuck, man. Nice Lebanese accent. I was just trying to do like a Russian accent. The fuck is wrong with you people? Not a fucking voice actor. NYPD Counterterrorism Division is monitoring the explosion. Yeah, okay. Here's 10 more POVs. No, that's okay. We've seen the explosion from a good number of angles. Yeah. who stores sodium nitrate in a warehouse doesn't deal with it until later. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like a year ago. You'd think somebody would have gotten on it by that point. You'd think somebody would have thought, hey, the multiple tons of explosives, we probably should have, maybe we could like take it out handful by handful. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that's unconfirmed. That's just breaking news. And breaking news is accurate charitably maybe 2/3 of the time. So whatever the case may be, terrible for all the people who died, obviously. The hope, though, would be the fire was raging for a while before the explosion, so hopefully a bunch of people evacuated during the fire, so that they weren't around to be killed by the explosion. That would be the goal. How many deaths so far? It's at least hundreds. It's at least hundreds. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's it's pretty unfortunate. Yeesh. Live feed of the aftermath? Here. Oh, it really is a live feed. Oh yeah, it's dark over there. That's right. It's on the other side of the planet. What a wacky world. Not gonna lie, this seems way too stupid to be an accident. People make stupid mistakes all the time. Somebody just pointed a camera at like a fire next to a bunch of fire trucks. There we go. Holy fuck. I appreciate all the motorists just going like right by the street, you know, just sort of chilling. I had that feeling once. It only happened to me once back during the California fires. I know there have been like 20 of them, but during one of the big California fire seasons, there's okay. So I used to live in Los Angeles, and there are two big freeways that run sort of crisscross through Los Angeles, and that's the 5 or the 405, depending on where you get on it, and then you have the 10. The 5 runs north-south, and the 10 runs east-west. And I live kind of near the 10, and you would drive up, and then you would get on the 5 from the 10, and you would go north, and you could go north to the valley, or you could go north to the Getty Center, the Getty Center Museum, which is just fucking beautiful, really. Closed, of course, because of COVID, but it's free, if you can believe it. It's built up in a mountain. It's free to everyone. You have to take a rail car to get there. Through the generosity of the benefactors who made it. It's like this beautiful museum/art installation. This massive, massive place. I love the Getty Center. It's one of my favorite places. In fact, I have a fond memory of my my art history professor. He would do free tours there, and he would sort of give context to all the art. It's a lot of medieval stuff, or like Renaissance era, you know, monarchists. Anyway, it's a great place. The point is, do you see what the picture we're looking at right now? This is the Getty Center. This right here, this road right here in the corner, that's the 5. See all this grassy Greenland, all these trees and shrubbery? Well, during the California fires, the fire actually jumped the 5 and swept across this whole plain. And for a while, like for a couple days, when you would drive up and down the 5, you would be wreathed in fire. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can find a picture. See if I can get a good picture of yeah, here we go. Oh yeah. There we go. There's your morning commute to the valley, kids. You're just driving north on the 5. And yeah, you just driving towards hell. So that was fun. Anyway, of course, nothing here exploded. So, to my knowledge, nobody died in Los Angeles from the California fires, at least during that wave of them. I could be mistaken, but at the very least, if people did die, it was certainly quite a few fewer than those who died in the explosion. Yeah, pretty wacky stuff. Have your car windows rolled up next to this. Do not breathe in the smoke. It is not good. It's not good for your lungs. It does you no favors, you know? All right, honestly, that's cool looking. Yeah, well, it totally is. Anyway, folks, I've got bad news. First of all, thank you so much for the donos. I'll get to those shortly. But unfortunately, the bad news comes first. We actually have worse news than the explosion and the hundreds who died. Don't get me wrong, that's terrible. But you know what would be... Wait, did I see this? Wait, hold on. Ah, yes, here we are. Something tells me this is going to be a fun one. 901 Congress Avenue, Austin, Texas. Let's go. Sorry, guys. I'm a hot plane ride away from Austin. I won't be joining in on this one. Not that it would matter, because if I did talk with him, he just wouldn't show that footage. We'd have to have our own camera there. Yeah, sorry, folks. Look, one of these days he'll do one, like, in Seattle. Wait, he's done one in Seattle. One of these days he'll do one in Seattle, and I'll go there, okay? Anyway, So, some bad news, unfortunately. What would be more devastating for all of you than learning that I am, in fact, a liberal? After everything I've done, after everything I've said, if you learned that I was a liberal. I know. I know, it'd be rough. My camera's, like, turning on its own. I've got to lock that in place better. I know that would be terrifying for many of you. But unfortunately, I have been ousted. It's happened, folks. Anyone know Jason Unruh? He's sort of like a Maoist, third worldist. I don't like Jason very much. I consider him a poor representative of socialism. But he's got the scoop. You can tell the kind of aesthetic he goes for.
Lib. Oh, God, fuck you guys. Guys,
who's that?
Just so you know, hey, speaking of reading theory, just so you fucking know, just so you realize, when Marx and following theorists wrote on capitalism, they were not writing, capitalism and liberalism are worst things to ever happen to humanity. They are greatest oppressor of workers. No. Marxism is supposed to be an extension of liberalism, not a rejection of it, a true promotion of unity, fraternity, and freedom, and liberty and shit. That's what Marxism and that's what leftism is about. It's about bringing the messaging of the liberal movement forward to make it better, to make it stronger, to make it true to its principles. And
that's the segment. Some people, can I fairly call them tankies? Everybody who I've seen mad about this looks like a tanky to me. Anyway, so I want to address this super quickly. First of all, the main problem with that clip that you just saw is that it was so true, that the world wasn't ready for it. Seriously, though, the phrasing there was a little bit awkward. I should have said Enlightenment values rather than liberalism. But the essential argument is this, writers like Marx and, Bakunin and all the early, Kropotkin, early leftist writers were, to a great extent, inspired by values which were brought into prominence during the Enlightenment. They just felt that liberalism was a dog shit way of achieving those values. Uh-oh. We having lag issues? Oh, no. It'll come back. They just felt that liberalism was a bad way of achieving those values. Like, so for example, okay? Democracy. Okay? Democracy. Great idea. Good idea. All right? I'd say. People should be able to have some say in the mechanisms of the society they live within. Fine and dandy. The issue is you have systems that are meant to represent these values, like liberal democracy or capitalism, which compared to previous forms of economic, organization was relatively free. After all, laissez-faire capitalism, anyone can make a business, hypothetically, in a capitalist society, whereas previously in a mercantilist society, or if you go even further back than that, you have to go through this. It's all tied, to the legitimacy of the monarchy, and you can't just up and start a business in let's say 13th century Italy. You can be a wealthy individual, and you can be a wealthy merchant, but ultimately your wealth and your prominence are in some way going to be tied to the aristocracy. The economic success you experience is downwind in many cases of your ability to work with the existing political elite. Nowadays, hypothetically, if you want to, you can make a business and just fucking, you could do whatever the fuck you want. You could do whatever. Now, of course, obviously, in modern day capitalism, it works best if you lobby and buy off politicians and influence policy making and lower marginal tax rates and make sure capital gains tax is much lower than standard income tax to bolster your productive capacity. Obviously, that works better, but in theory, you can do this shit on your own. But just because these systems are hypothetically more free than the ones that came prior doesn't mean they're a good way of, achieving Enlightenment values. The Enlightenment was all about giving prominence to these. Oh my God, again with the lag? Uh-oh. I have no idea what the lag would be from because I'm not dropping any frames right now. Well, whatever the case may be. The point is that the Enlightenment values that we care about as leftists, stuff like equality of opportunity, of democracy, of freedom, of free information, the fundamental belief that people deserve something in their life outside the appraisal of an authority figure. These are Enlightenment values. Liberalism has failed to achieve these values. It has failed. Now, it's better than monarchism, but it is certainly not as good as it could be. And that ultimately is what people like Marx set out to do. How do we design political and economic systems that are better at achieving those values? And this is what I meant fundamentally in that clip. Not that Marx was a liberal or any dumb shit like that, but I'm echoing the sentiment of people like, I suppose the types of people who would call me a liberal would also call Chomsky a liberal, but you have him, you have Richard Wolff, and you have the values espoused by Marx initially, and Marx was very, very concerned with freedom as a concept. That's one of the greatest sins of capitalism. Capitalism purports to grant everyone who lives within it great freedom, and on the books it does. On the books, capitalism is a really fucking free system. Free association, baby. You want to make a business? Great. You don't want to work with that dipshit? Fuck him. You don't have a legal obligation to work for this person. Go. Do another thing. But in practice, your ability to navigate a capitalist system free depends on how much money you have. Everything costs something. If you have a lot of money, then we truly do live in the freest time in human history. And the values of the Enlightenment may well to a large extent be fulfilled for you, but to the average person who can't afford to take time off from work to look for a new job, who can't afford to access the resources necessary to develop a trade skill, to the average person who's born in a city that costs great, wealth to move out of, these promises are yet unfulfilled. And that is what these leftist thinkers are interested in addressing. Now, there are other Enlightenment values that are not as well regarded by leftists, the concept of hyper individualism being a pretty big one. I like individualism in a cultural sense. I like the idea of valuing the individual. I don't like the idea of people being subject to a higher authority by birthright. You know, you're born, thus you must serve the state. You're born, thus you must serve the king. That sort of thing. I hate that. But hyper individualism isn't just keeping people free. Hyper individualism is ennemi. It's atomizing people. It's extracting them from the culture and the society in which they live and placing them entirely on their own, without any sort of external validating or socially cohesive system to work within. Don't anarchists place a large emphasis on individual rights? Everyone should, theoretically. What on earth is that flag? Why is it doing that? What is that tag even? It's the rain mod? Ah, don't make me ban you guys. Don't make me do it. I've got the gun loaded. So let's see. So I have now been exposed ruthlessly as a liberal. How does Unruh follow up on this?
This is what Vosh said. Think about really what he just said. As I said on Twitter, if at this point you don't think that Vosh is COINTELPRO, or at the very least being promoted by COINTELPRO, I'm sorry, you're not a Marxist. Okay, here's the problem. There is a difference between social liberality and liberalism. But Vosh is not talking about social liberality. He's talking about liberalism, which is capitalism. Now, combine that with what he has said in the past about Joe Biden. Vote for Joe Biden or I'm going to kick your ass.
That is true. That is something I have done. I haven't just said vote for Joe Biden. I have personally threatened to come to each and every one of your houses and have you. I want to see pictures on your phone. I want to see phone pictures. Of you at the ballot booth, with the check on Joe Biden with a little dot written in, and if you don't, I will beat the shit out of you. This is something that I have threatened to do in my stream.
Think about that. If this isn't the very essence of liberalism, what is? Come on, this is COINTELPRO straight up. Intention.
I do appreciate the simplicity of the thinking at work here. So Unruh has been kind of something of like a tanky lol cow type for a while. I actually heard about Unruh before I became a leftist. This guy's been doing this for a while, and he's very much of the opinion that like there's no Western proletariat. It's you know, internationally, people who live in the West are the bourgeois. It's sort of a fucked up version of third worldism, which initially when I heard about it, it was through him, and I thought it can't possibly be that stupid. So I looked it up, and it's a little more complicated than that. I'm still not a fan of it, but I think he misrepresents the tendency. Whatever the case may be, yeah. And then I have to be a COINTELPRO agent. Tankies love doing this. To be fair, Nazis do as well. Whenever you're in a Nazi chat, hangout, Discord, whatever, and you start saying stuff openly advocating for violence, often you'll get accused of being, you're glowing in the dark. That's what they say when they're accusing you, jokingly or seriously, of being an FBI agent. And it's something the Tankies do as well. It's very funny how much the social patterns of these groups mirror one another.
Intentional or unintentional. Okay. Here's why what he said is actually wrong.
Okay, hit me
now,
up.
if we go back to the beginning. Essentially, when the French Revolution happened, there were three camps: conservatism, liberalism, and leftism. Now, conservatism, despite being a little socially progressive, was essentially for keeping the monarchy. Liberalism was for creating a democratic bourgeois republic. Leftism was for abolishing that whole system together. Socialism, and different interpretations of what socialism is, but
This is not. I would need to brush up again. I will admit I would need to brush up on my history again, but at this moment I'm extremely confident that this is a misrepresentative take on the French Revolution.
nonetheless, they were anti-capitalist. They were anti what it was both the conservatives and the liberals actually wanted. So not only does Vosh literally not know what liberalism is and where it comes from, at least its history, he is a liberal. There is no question at this point. This guy is outright reactionary.
Oh, reactionary, not just a liberal, huh? So let me see if I can follow his train of logic here. So, first of all, the information that he's spewing right now in the French Revolution is pretty plainly inaccurate. But even if we were to take it as accurate, let's assume, okay, let's assume the validity of what he's saying. Great, cool. So I am a liberal because I said Marx sought to achieve liberal values, which I think any reasonably charitable person can understand what I'm getting at there. And the reason that makes me a liberal and a reactionary is because 200 years ago, there were liberals and leftists and they disagreed with each other. And that's how we know that I don't know anything about liberalism. I notice a tendency. There are two tendencies that I notice from Tankies. It's an interest in fake history and an interest in fake theory. They're very interested in both. Every time I get schooled on history or theory by these people, I look it up, and I end up coming out far more reassured in my position than I was prior to that point. Because they generally obfuscate their terrible arguments with the with the constant deference to texts and events they don't know much about.
It is done. I mean, he already outed himself as very.
Vosh calling any leftist he doesn't like a tanky. Really? On Jason Unruh? On Jason Unruh, you're going to say that I call people tankies too often. On this individual we're looking at right here, on Jason Unruh. Doesn't Jason Unruh defend North Korea? I'm pretty sure this guy is literally like, if you say tanky 3 times in a mirror, this guy like shows up. Yeah. This guy defends North Korea. This is the person who like, oh, Vosh will call anyone a tanky. Come on. He's like, it's like Michael Brooks' spirit got split in a deal with the devil, and like Brooks' internationalism went on to be good, and then you have the internationalism of Jason Unruh and his obsession with fake countries that aren't even the U.S. And it's not good, folks. It's not good. By the way, when I think of wait, show support to Danky Kang? Are they here? Really? Wait, hold on. Oh, son of a bitch. This is this crazy, like, stalker Tanky who's made, like, 20 videos about me. These communities are really, really small. I wonder if it upsets any of the Tankies online that it took me about a year to become larger than every single, like, hard Tanky YouTuber on the platform. Because nobody likes their ideas and they're utterly irrelevant. outside of people with like severe emotional issues and a desire to overcompensate for a feeling of powerlessness in their life, so they project their desire for authority onto societies they like the aesthetics of. I wonder if that bothers them at all. That they're like hard stuck plat. Never gonna hit Diamond 2.
Of questionable character when he defended that thing where you're sexually attracted to children. If you say the word, you get demonetized.
What?
And in his debate with Caleb Maupin, he
Wait,
proved
what?
that he literally couldn't string two words together for an argument either. But here's another question.
Wait,
where the
what?
hell is BreadTube?
What?
Why isn't BreadTube saying anything?
Because they know. Talk shit, get hit. Say something. Watch me come at you. Contra? We're good. Contra. We're on good terms now. One of these days. I could see it. Vosh. ContraPoints. I'm coming at you.
I mean, come on, this guy is supposed to be literally the opposite of Marxism and anarchism, while claiming to be a Marxist and anarchist.
Literally
and
the
flip-flopping
opposite.
between the two frequently. If you're not, like, where are they? Why aren't they saying something right now? I'm sorry, but this is complete and utter nonsense. If this isn't definitive proof that Vosh is a reactionary.
Wait, when did the reactionary claim come in? Wait. Okay, so he kind of made a case for the liberal thing. What about the reactionary thing? Isn't Jason Unruh like actually a reaction? Isn't he like a transphobe? I'm pretty sure Unruh is a transphobe. Yeah, he is. Yeah. Oh, hello, Anarcho-Pack.
Okay. If you
This is the channel Anarcho-Pack, not the person we're looking at right now.
do watch me, then you know so far I haven't said anything on the transgender issue. I've made one or two videos on incidences of questions over the transgender issue, but never have actually taken a position on transgenderism. And obviously, I understand, given the position that I have within the YouTube community, I obviously do have to take a side. And I do have to say what it is that I really think.
You know it's going to be a good opinion when we lead in like this. Holy shit. 30 minutes of like hand-wringing, like, I didn't want to talk about this, the transgenderism question. But I'm gonna have to give an opinion sooner or later.
Since making this video,
Is this is Anarcho? Yeah. Well, hold on. Wait, I want to. Wait, where's the rest of the video from Caleb Maupin? I want from the horse's mouth.
Now I have managed to finish it. It's going to get you another $20 Steam gift card.
What?
So here's how you enter the contest.
What?
You make
What? Okay. Well, we really. It's a little capitalist of you. Incentivizing people's labor through material rewards. Oh my god.
Make a video, you upload it to YouTube or Twitter, doesn't really matter. YouTube is probably better. And then send it to me on Twitter with the hashtag #KillJasonUnruh competition. Or
Okay, I don't know what's going on here. This seems like a tax. Seems like a tax loophole somehow. If he buys his own hit, he doesn't have to pay premiums on some insurance for the fiscal year. I have no fucking idea. Watching the Anarcho-Pack pity party is pretty stellar. When you call him out on his class privilege, he actually thinks his personal problems are the basis for class oppression. That's the postmodernist disease. Ooh, when lefties talk about postmodernism in reference to social issues, that is a guarantee that these people are like a Caleb Maupin type reactionary, you know, or like possibly even a Nosbol. Yeah, didn't Caleb Maupin literally comment underneath this video? I thought I saw that when I scrolled through earlier. Yeah. Marxism is widely understood to be a form of illiberalism. Vosh is not a Marxist, but a liberal, so he wouldn't get that. No wonder he hates actually existing socialism, like China. Actually existing social, like China and Russia, who pays my bills because I work for Russia Today and defend Putin. Dude, these comments are really gold. I think I know. Why are you talking about him on the stream? Isn't he basically irrelevant? You're just giving a platform? Yeah, okay, first of all, fuck you. Suck my dick. Second of all, there is no risk of these people ever being relevant. It's not possible. Caleb Maupin is literally a state actor. Caleb Maupin has been paid by the Russian government to disseminate, like, literally fucking talking points for the state, and he's still worthless and nobody likes him, okay? Maupin, Unruh has been at this for like a decade, and nobody likes him. Okay, these people are poison. They're never going to get. They don't have the charisma or the social awareness to take advantage of attention the same way reactionaries do. Is that real? The Maupin Russia probe thing? It's not. It's not a conspiracy. Maupin is literally paid by Russia Today. He's a journalist for Russia Today, a propaganda outlet. Yeah, that's not. I'm not conspiracizing, at all. Yeah. Well, whatever the case may be, Godspeed to all you. I'm not a fucking liberal. You can talk with me about it if you want. I know Caleb Maupin will never have a conversation with me again, but I'll have you on sometime. I know you'd be down for it. To call me a liberal to my face. You can call me a pedophile to my face again. We can have that conversation too. We can talk about the transgenderism question. Yeah, the TQ, exactly. I feel like we're on a fucking content roll today. I just want to keep roll. Wait, can we do one more segment before I read donos? Can all the people who donated, can we handle just a little while longer? Can we keep it together? Can you be strong for me? Okay. It's time. He brought up the Poppy thing on Twitter? Oh my god. He brought up the Poppy drama on Twitter 3 hours ago? That's like 3.5 years old now. Holy shit. When you're digging Poppy drama, I've got it on my channel. It's the sexual harassment drama. When I had a friend like 18 years ago on Discord before I had a platform, and I was like a little like creepy, and then I apologized, and that's it. It's the whole drama. And Matt, yeah, all these new frogs not knowing about the Poppy drama. What's up with you people? Honestly. Damn. Going in deep. Oh, I've seen the Axios interview. Well, actually, no. I haven't seen the Axios interview, but I will shortly. There we go. Did you see that explosion that happened in Lebanon? No, Ferdos Yoldashev, thank you so much for the $10. I haven't heard a single word about that explosion that happened in Lebanon. If you donate just a few more times, maybe with video clips, we can go over it on stream. He deliberately misgendered a narco-pack like 5 times. I don't know what a narco-pack's pronouns are. Assuming Unruh knew and continued to misgender, pretty cringe. Pretty cringe. She, her? Okay. I just remember a narco-pack as the little Twitter drawing. You know the little drawing? You know what I'm talking about. All right. Listen up, folks. Let's get this out of the way right in the beginning for all the 14-year-old boys, okay? Abigail Shapiro has some gigantic fucking milkers. Just some massive, huge gahanagas. Just some gigantic baps, okay? And we're getting this out of the way now so we don't make any more jokes about it over the course of this segment. Because this segment is about the fact that you've seen anime memes, right? A meme that's got anime characters. Great, easy. Okay, well, here's a meme for you. You can make this one, okay? The picture is from a high school anime. And as is tradition, the young boy has tripped and face planted into a giant pair of mommy milkers owned by another person. And they're being smothered and they're dying right there. And the meme would be you put text over the boobs, okay? And the text is ads for Abigail Shapiro's new stupid as fuck astroturfed bullshit YouTube channel. And the text over the boy would say, my fucking feed. That's the meme. Do you get it? Get it? What it's saying is, I am being smothered by ads for Abigail Shapiro's stupid fucking channel. Unbelievable how many there are. That Shapiro money is coming in hot. Whatever the Koch brother, wherever the fuck Shapiro gets paid from, okay, that shit's coming in hot. Because man, oh man, they have poured money into this. And it has backfired, my friends. Because here's a hint. I know because I've done this, okay? If you want to buy ad space, I considered buying ad space once for something. I didn't go through with it, but I considered it. If you buy ad space using Google Ad Space, you get to choose different demographics of people you want to see those ads. So if you're a grifty, conservative trad wife, you want to make absolutely sure that your videos aren't being advertised to millions of non-conservative women who are offended by the way you're portraying femininity. That you would have to be very careful to avoid grabbing the attention of those people. Unfortunately, Abigail Shapiro studied opera, not business. And for this reason, every single one of Abigail Shapiro's videos are fucking buried in dislikes. Oh, they are buried, my friends. By the way, less than 50,000 subs. For an ad run this substantial, I would expect in the 6 digits easily. Maybe even 7 digits for an ad run of that size. But no. This is the conservative money I'm talking about, folks. You don't see this for left-leaning people. Can you imagine booting up YouTube one day and seeing an ad for me? How fucking pog would that be? How goddamn poggers would that be, boys? If I get billionaire funding, I'm just like, fuck it. $20,000 ad campaign. Let's go, baby. I'd do it. I'd do it. Yeah, fuck yeah, I'd do it. That'd be amazing. Amazing. The issue is, we don't have that kind of money. They have that kind of money. Look at these videos. 2 hours ago, 1.4K views. The Classic Girl's Guide to Jewelry. 1 day ago, 4.6K. The Office, Joe Jonas Had a Baby podcast. Nude protesting work-life balance, 24K. It's very sporadic. It's almost like the videos that they make ads for get a lot of views and a lot of dislikes, and the videos they don't make ads for get not so many views and still a lot of dislikes. Funny how that math works out. All right, Abigail Shapiro. Clearly something's going wrong here. I don't know if you lack charisma. I don't know what exactly you're doing with this advertisement revenue you're burning away, or this advertisement, money you're burning away.
Social media.
So let's see. This is the flagship video. Conservative women. It is our time. Let's take the culture back. Are you ready?
Media, celebrities, influencers, and YouTubers. So much of the
I'm one of
time
those
it feels
things.
like one worldview, one position is tolerated. Many of them don't say outright what their politics are. Many of them do. None of them need to, and none of them will say what I'm about to. I'm a conservative influencer.
That's so brave. That's so brave. That's so brave. Jordan Peterson has millions of subs. Ben Shapiro has millions of subs. Daily Wire has millions of subs. Steven Crowder has millions of subs. PragerU has millions of subs. And what do we have on the left? ContraPoints, who isn't even a socialist, with less than 1 million subs. Damn, that's so brave of you. It must be really hard being a wealthy conservative who's having your entire online career astroturfed by the money your family has.
Being a conservative woman in today's day and age is not easy. You'll be told that you have internalized misogyny.
Yeah.
You'll be told that you don't care about other women's well-being.
True.
You'll be told that you aren't a real woman. But none of that.
I don't know if I've ever heard that one. Usually the not a real woman arguments are made by your types against trans women. That's more of a you guys thing. We don't lay claim to that particular accusation.
Is true. Conservative women are the backbone of American society.
The fuck
We
does that mean?
prioritize marriage and children, support our husbands, and support ourselves.
Yeah, you're brood mares. No. You are the backbone in the sense that you're like the biological machines that are used by your husbands to produce more men to actually do things. That's so fucking... Listen, I stand on this issue with Mao Zedong, okay? Women hold up one half of the sky, all right? But if you're saying the reason conservative... if you're saying the reason why conservative women are the backbone of society is because they're quiet wives who produce children, you are waylaying a very narrow range of possible contributions women can make to society. You are leaving them very much on the table, which is a little unfortunate, Abigail, because you are currently trying to make a media career off of this. Which, I mean, it reminds me a little bit of Lauren Southern. Do you remember Lauren Southern? Lauren Southern make these videos. Oh, women should be quiet. They should stay in the house. You'll be happier if you stay in the house. Take care of your man. What are you doing, Lauren Southern? You're a celebrity. You don't have kids. You didn't have a husband. What do you do? What are you doing wrong, Lauren Southern? It's a little interesting. You're telling other women to shut up and stay in the kitchen. You're out here making millions of dollars. It's weird. Do you like that? Do you like that freedom and economic independence having a successful career gives you?
We teach our
What is wrong with all of you?
families the strength of women both inside the home and out. We help our husbands grow, not by obeying their every word, but by bolstering their strengths and tamping down their weaknesses. We live with values.
What the fuck does this mean? We bolster our husband's strengths and tamper down their weight. Wait, do Democrats not support their partners? Is that a thing? Is that not a thing? Ah, God, man, look, to each their own. Look, if there are any trad wives or wannabe trad wives in chat, go for it, okay? I listen, I don't care. But to me personally, the idea of being born and being taught from birth that you have a moral obligation to be a broodmare and to be like your husband's emotional toilet, and that's like that's like your whole, we are the backbone of society. We support our men. Like, okay. While men like do all the things
that encourage people to be better. We fight for what's right, even when the world tells us that everyone should do what they want, regardless of consequences. We stand hand in hand with men, not against them. And we shouldn't have to remain silent about our views.
Wait. You don't stand hand in hand with men. You stand behind them. This whole pitch is on how conservative women serve men well. You're not hand in hand with men. You're behind them, okay? You. Not women in general, but you specifically. This really just does sound like one woman just trying to justify to herself the life choices she's made. It's so weird, and it's so projecty, you know? I get the same feeling whenever I watch men do videos on how you're supposed to be a man. Listen, I'll tell you this. Nothing is cringier than mapping out your life and your life decisions based on what internet personalities tell you you shouldn't do. Here's the alpha move, okay? Find what makes you happy that doesn't hurt other people. I mean, obviously. And then do that thing. Just do that. And just keep doing that. And as long as you keep being happy and keep not hurting other people, you're doing great. And if you want to throw in other stuff like social contribution, I bet, you know what? I bet most of you would do that anyway, because healthy humans, for the most part, like contributing to society.
Views like I did. For years, you've been forgotten and left behind
What?
as magazines and movies decided you're outdated. You've been told that the best way to be a woman is to act more like a man.
Wait, is that what cosmopolitan magazines are telling women to do? Act more like men? Wait, did you think the structure of this video out? So you
Outdated.
flash
You've been told that the best way to be a woman is
movies and cosmopolitan magazines are masculinizing women. Now, I can only see these women like from the scalp up, but I'd be willing to bet these are probably pretty feminine women. That'd be my guess. These are probably fairly feminine. Oh yeah, this is Russian cosmopolitan. This isn't even regular cosmopolitan for normal people. This is Russian cosmopolitan. Yeah, these are man, if you wanted to make this argument, why wouldn't you show like Ripley from Alien? Ripley's kind of like a pretty mass girl, or would that not be good? Is that too old of a reference? I don't know. Dude, media still has women look feminine as fuck. Okay, and even if they don't want to be, that's fine.
decided you're outdated. You've been told that the best way to be a woman is to act more like a man. You've been told that you don't care about women because you care about a child in her womb.
What? I love conservative videos, dude. I love conservative videos so much. They can just say whatever the fuck they want. They don't have to justify shit. I feel I have to justify the arguments I make. That's what hurts me, you know. That's my weakness. I'm over here, you know. I'm thinking like, okay, I want to make a point. Let me explain my arguments. But Abigail over here, she's running it through. She's running it down mid. She doesn't give a fuck.
You've been told that sleeping around is empowering, but waiting till marriage is ridiculous.
Yeah? Honestly, yeah, no, fuck you. I'm taking the affirmative on this one. Absolutely it is. Yeah, it's empowering for me to fuck a bunch of bitches. Absolutely. Why can't it be for you? Abigail Shapiro, you're probably already married. You literally showed us a video of you getting married earlier. I'm just telling you, okay? If you, I don't know, maybe if you're just like telling yourself that you're happier in this life than you would have been if you had just been a giant slut through college. But let me tell you, it really does depend on the person. Maybe you wanted to wait until marriage, and that's fine. Okay, if you want to. But some people really do just want to turn their pussies into an in and out, okay? Got a line so long, you send the cashier out with a clipboard, okay? And if that's what they want to do, this is the United States of America, and they should be allowed to do that, frankly. Now, there is nothing mutually exclusive with being a gigantic slut and family values. There's nothing exclusive about these things. As much as media may try to lie to you and tell you otherwise, it is possible to like sex and have lots of sex, and also to have a single partner and to care about them very much later in life. Or you can do none of those things. That ultimately is the thing that I'm offering. It's freedom. The freedom to choose. I don't see feminists saying that women should be fucking around all over the place. I don't see feminists saying you can't be a trad wife. I don't see that. It's a stereotype since the 1960s that feminists are forcing women to be sluts or whatever. That's not true. You, Abigail, on the other hand, and people like you, do try to force people down certain life paths. You are, in this case, the impetus on people's freedoms.
You've been told that believing in God is passé. You've been silenced about your views, but not any.
What does that mean to be silenced? Does disagreeing with you mean silence? I don't know.
anymore. Let's take back the culture so women can be women. Let's talk about reclaiming your femininity. Let's talk about dating with purpose. Let's talk about finding balance in career and home life. Let's talk about being
why the fuck do you get to have a career at all, femoid? Wait, you can't do... What? No, whoa. You can't have it halfway with the trad wife shit, okay? Hold on. Hold on. If you're meant to be a broodmare whose only job is to support your husband, you can't have a career. Are you kidding me? You can't... These are... You can't... I'm sorry. Hold on. If you, as a conservative woman, are taking the position that women are meant to be feminine, that women are meant to be domestic, you're supposed to wait until marriage, you're supposed to find a good life partner, you are implicitly making yourself subservient to people who actually make moves in society, men, in your world. Who's to say you get to work at all? That's the issue. These trad wife types want to have it both ways. You want to have social and cultural oppression that so happens to coincide with their political views, but they also want just enough political freedom to be able to do what they want anyway. Well, I tell you this, my friend, conservative culture breeds conservative politics. Not that you would mind that very much, I doubt. But if we go down the trad wife, a traditional femininity road far enough, eventually you motherfuckers are back in the kitchen barefoot. So if it's in your best interest, Abigail, as somebody who has a career and is a woman, to promote the political, social, and cultural freedom of individual women who want to do whatever the fuck they want with their life. And if you've got opinions, feel free to express those opinions. But don't act like you're reclaiming traditional femininity by fucking less than 20 people before your senior year, okay?
An awesome, loving wife, but also being the kind of wife who makes your husband a better man. Let's talk about how to dress fashionably and conservatively. Let's talk...
Yeah, dress fashionably and conservatively. Shut the fuck up, Abigail. Jesus Christ. Abigail, if we want to talk about conservative, you need to get a breast reduction. I'm sorry, I cannot abide the hypocrisy. Your gigantic milkers are present through any clothing you're going to wear. There's a reason why you cut the video off at the level that you did, and the reason why you're wearing black too, okay? We all know it. Abigail, you temptress, you succubus, you will pull men away from their wives with that one-ton behavior. You can afford it. I know you can afford a breast reduction because you spent $100,000 populating my fucking YouTube and Twitter and Google ad algorithm with your fucking videos. Oh, and lest I forget. So that's step one. Obviously, Abigail, we got to do something about that hair. I know you're not a big fan of Islam, but as it so happens, they have a cultural practice which is all about concealing your beautiful femininity behind a veil of modesty, such as to avoid tempting the men around them. Now, I'm not saying you have to wear a hijab. I'm just saying you look like a little bit of a slut right now. So, maybe, you don't have to switch faiths. You could maybe just sort of borrow the fashion a little bit. Here, how do nuns dress? Hold on. Yeah, maybe like a little bit like a nun. Again, this is more of a Catholicism thing. This is the first Google image result when I Google nun. So maybe something like this. As you can see, the hair is covered. Obviously there's some sort of makeup situation going on here. But yeah. The point that I'm trying to get at, Abigail, is I don't like the policies you're prescribing. I don't like them. I don't like them. And I wish you wouldn't pressure people. Click this. Here we go. There we go. Look, I don't know how accurate this is. Look, here we go. Here is the moderate dress of the religions in anime form. See? Here we've got like the nun, the Catholic, and here's Muslim, and here's the Orthodox Jew, which I think you are, right, Abigail? I assume, because that makes the most sense to me. Yeah, there you go. I'm just saying. Again, when you make the argument that women should dress modestly, you don't get to decide where that buck stops. And it is insanely hypocritical for people like Abigail, who, now I don't know Abigail's position on this, Ben Shapiro has a position on this, who will make fun of Muslims for their barbaric practice of covering up women, and then for you, Abigail, to come on here and say that, for you to come on and say that women have to be dressing modestly. These are completely incompatible positions. You can't believe both of those things. Yes, here we go. There we go. The algorithm. Very good. Very good.
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers are plenty.
Now I want to make it perfectly clear, Abigail. I think you look lovely. I mean, obviously you put makeup on stuff, but I think you look great. You can wear what you want. I don't really care. But the tying femininity to modesty stuff, I just don't. 100 years ago, when women went to the beach, they could be arrested for indecency if they wore something that exposed like midriff or shoulders or knees, that kind of stuff. There was a very, very high standard for modesty at the beach. Imagine putting on a jumpsuit to go to the beach on a hot summer day. Jesus. But they would do it. Do you want to do that? Or do you have a nice, tasteful, one-piece piece of swimwear? I am certain, Abigail, that the way you live your life today would be considered indecent in many parts around the world, and would have been considered indecent in the U.S. just 50 to 60 years ago. So
Talk about how to do your makeup.
Vosh is simping? Ah, yes. Well, to those of you who don't know, Abigail Shapiro is probably a fucking millionaire and will never hear a goddamn word that I say. But as a rhetorical tactic, by talking as though I'm speaking to her, I can make the arguments that I'm making without having to extrapolate them to the positions of an imagined audience. It's a rhetorical tactic called having an IQ higher than 62.
For a night at the opera, not a night at the club.
What?
Let's talk about life.
The opera? Jesus Christ, the fucking opera? Oh, yeah, okay. Good luck with that one. By the way, this motherfucker majored in opera. Like, she majored in it. Where's that clip? Hold on. Abigail Shapiro. Pledge of Allegiance. Come on, where is it? I know. Where is it? Come on. Come on. It's this one? Yes.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we
Now, I want it to be clear. It's not that she's technically improficient. She's actually a good singer. She's just uncreative. That's her problem. She's just introducing vibrato to the song. It's not that she's not good at singing. It's that she is boring. It's boring. It's not creative. Which actually perfectly suits kind of the broader theme we're getting at here, right? I'm sure, where she may possess like a sort of technical talent, but she is utterly intellectually suppressed by her own standards for what women are supposed to be.
From a conservative perspective, and let's not be afraid to do it. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. Please subscribe to my channel and blog if you haven't already. Hit that notification bell to get notified of all my new videos. Head over to my Twitter, Instagram...
Right, okay, that's enough advertisement. Anyway, fuck, stop. Stop with this bullshit, okay? This is something that the alt-right has been trying to do for a long time now. The alt-right has been trying to sell traditional femininity to women. That's what they've been trying to do for a long, long, long time. The alt-right has done it now, and we have Abigail trying to do it as well, who's not alt-right, but who I imagine overlaps with their positions in quite a few ways. And they are, oh yeah, God, has Shapiro ever complained about lefties getting underwater basket weaving majors while his sister majored in opera? Ooh. Yeah, Jesus Christ. And praised her as well. Oh yeah, wait a second. Abigail was married. Why the fuck is Abigail going by Shapiro? Wait, hold on. Wait. Abigail, why didn't you take your husband's surname? I'm sorry, was the business clout of being named Shapiro more worthwhile to you than the traditional act of taking your husband's name? That's it's an interesting, maybe by balancing work life and home life, what you actually meant was you get to do whatever the fuck you want to do to advance your career and then apply a hypocritical set of standards to everyone else who's listening. What if she did take the name? Oh, we're forgetting. It's possible her husband also just had the last name Shapiro. That's a possibility. Oh, yeah. My brother, Ben Shapiro, and my husband, Eduardo Shapiro. I know. It's a crazy story. It's possible. This ad came to the wrong people's feeds and the like-to-dislike ratio shows. When you prioritize marriage and children, that's fine. When you say those are values all women should prioritize, you're wrong. As a girl, I prioritize my education and career. I don't want to have kids at all, and marriage is secondary compared to my career goals. Who marries someone they know they're gonna have to raise to be better? Lamau, you're marrying a child then. You're acting like conservatives are oppressed. Piano music's annoying. Why is this recommended to me? I'm a wife and mother, but this is just ridiculously stupid, and it's not my job to make my husband a better man. I love and support him, but it's up to him to be a good man on his own. Goddamn right. Goddamn right. The U.S. is so far gone that a political position is now a personality trait. True! Dude, people say that about lefties, but there is nothing quite like all the conservative libertarians and ANCAPs whose brains are utterly empty except for, like, political compass memes, you know? Pertaining to their quadrant. What some white people would give their left kidney to be oppressed. Ooh, bad look. Abigail is Jewish. She actually is oppressed. Ooh. Ah. Here we go. This one's better. Why is she making it sound like being a conservative woman means you're oppressed? Yeah, and it goes on and on and on. It goes on forever, man. These comments are just not positive. Why I love my conservative life. This one's got pretty much the same ratio. Marriage isn't a conservative trait. This whole video is so ignorant. Guys, listen. These YouTube comments are coming from women, okay? I gotta tell you, it's not gonna happen. You are not going to convince women to just go back and accept the previous level of social and cultural oppression that they used to have. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You've lost. I'm sorry. You can convince white boys that the Western civilization they grew up in is falling because of transgender pronouns or whatever. But you just, on average, you are not going to convince women that the time has come for them to all become trad wives again. It's true that right now women are on average less happy than they were back in the 1960s, even if we were to assume all the same standards and variables associated with happiness. In large part, that's because everything has gotten more miserable. But you know what? Women are people, and that means they're heroic figures too. And if you asked a heroic man, let's say in an anime, would you sacrifice a bit of your happiness if it meant having the power and freedom to do with you what you wanted with life? They would tell you yes. because characteristics like, well, some of you would, characteristics like self-sacrifice, and relentless drive for freedom, these are considered masculine. In reality, these things are universal traits. So even if women today are struggling in many ways, I think, and the data proves me correct on this, that they would rather struggle as free citizens than they would live in comfortable bubbles as domestic slaves. And what's more, that's a false dichotomy for most American women. When we think of the gilded cage narrative for 1950s women, that was for rich or middle-class white women, bitch. Black and brown women and poor women have been working forever. There was never a single-parent household for black families, unless they were very privileged, you know, relatively speaking. So for those women, it's not a question of comfortable domesticity or painful freedom. It is a question of painful domestic slavery or painful freedom. And to that, that's an easy win for freedom anytime. 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 You're not going to do it, Abigail. I'm sorry you've lost. The sluts have won. What are you going to do? There we go. Nice. Nice going, team. We did it. Good golly. What a segment. Good golly. That's what I'm saying. Since you've covered Abigail's singing, how about her brothers? I've seen it. Oh, yeah. I'm sure you guys saw this meme. I don't have the comment compilation next to it, but Abigail posted this picture of her in the kitchen, barefoot. I don't know if she's pregnant, but it's literally on your Twitter. Oh, shit. I better check that out. I don't know what's on my fucking Twitter. I'm not showing you guys. Hold on. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on over here, okay? Mood board. There's some more feet. Oh, look at these adorable pictures of Artemy Conyer took. Yeah. Hold on, where is that goddamn? God, it's too funny too. It's too funny to not showcase. Well, we're all in the mood. Here we go. Why you should dress modestly. Get the attention you deserve. Yummy, yummy feet in my tummy. They got me acting cuckoo. They got my dicky coming. My queen, I've been good. I beg of thine the boon of just a sniff. Milady, please don't stop not wearing shoes. Sniff, sniff, feet. Yep, I'm coming. Ooh, girl, where you get dem feet, dough? Feet. 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 Let me sniff those stinkers, ma'am. Please, I need to. Feet. Bruh. Hope that person's black. The one who said bruh wouldn't want to appropriate any AAVE. Under normal circumstances, I would have to say, I do strongly oppose doing this kind of harassment to women online. On the other hand, if they're a millionaire and they're trying to build a conservative brand off pushing modesty for women, and then they show their pictures of their bare feet, I think morally speaking, you have full right to go ahead and just play around in that space, you know? Just play around in that space. Bad take? Nah, if somebody's a political figure online trying to build a career about culturally regressing women's rights, I'm really not that concerned about people on Instagram making a bunch of joke comments about how they want to sniff her feet. That's very much punching up, okay? That's not just some random woman getting dogpiled with sexual harassment. This is a large and insulated political figure getting made fun of because she pushes for modesty and then had shown bare feet. And you know what? If she wears shoes the next time, you should do the same shit with that with the ankles and the hair. Make Biden jokes, you know? Because if you start saying that femininity means modesty, then you can go forever. You can do that forever. You can go in that direction forever. Until all women are just in burqas. And then you can get a little semi-transparent eye slot or something, yeah. Shave the sides, you degen? Yeah, that's super fluffy. Check out Girl Defined is basically Abby, but 2 times worse. Isn't the logical conclusion all women are in mechs? Okay, listen, yeah. All women eventually will be in mechas. However, those mechas should be the kind where it shows the stomach and the crotch and the tits in the middle bare, and then it extends out into the robotic arms and legs. That is the future of femininity. Hold on. Sexy mecha anime. I have a very sharp image in my head of what I'm thinking of. I'm not getting. This isn't it. This isn't it. This is not it. Didn't fuck, what was it? That mediocre anime that had way too much hype. Darling of the Franxx. Didn't they have this shit? Wait. Darling of the Franxx mechas. Okay, this is a good first step. Okay? This is a good first step. See, you have the mecha, but the body mass of the mecha is a naked anime girl. This is a highly feminine mecha design. Ah, yes, another good contender from chat. Here we go. There we go. See, what's essential is when our female pilots are off fighting in the robot wars against the sentient AI that has taken over the moon, we need to send them out in these machines that preserve the essential physical aspects of their femininity. Okay, but that one is kind of cool. I think they're both ugly as sin, personally. Well, I mean, this one's fine if you're, like, reading hentai, I think. But if you're unironically trying to sell this as, like, a mecha to fight aliens, then it gets pretty dumb. Here, hold on. I don't know what not safe work shit's going to come up if I'm searching the Google images. We got some contenders. Uh-oh. Oh, we got a lot coming in. I thought you said mecha, not mecha. No, mecha, dumbass. Nope, that's not a mecha. That's not a mecha. That's not a mecha. There we go. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. Abigail, are you still there? This is what I'm talking about, okay? This is a highly practical, a highly pragmatic mecha design for future warfare. God, I hate this. Oh, really? Hyena, you hate this. That's fascinating. Well, wouldn't it be, now hypothetically, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you? See, I borrowed Thought Slime's bit there. That's actually a good bit. I might borrow that in the future. I'll steal that from him. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you if you had just last night said that you loved the himbo mecha that Gallo was riding around in? Wouldn't that just be terrifying if you had literally last night said you liked the exact same shit, except it's with a hot guy rather than a girl? They're feeling a little exposed right now. Oh, because it's a dude. Oh, because it's a himbo. Because it's a dude. Oh, I see how it is. Yeah. Okay. Squad W. That's what I say to that. Squad W. It's a good anime. You should see it. This is how you fight fires, boys. Look at that. It's a little too hot in a fully encased mecha. You gotta sweat it out. Premiere is good. You should watch it. Rent it for $3 on YouTube. It's good. You should watch it. I'm a big fan of the studio. Okay, we should read donos. I'm in heat. Just closing all the anime tabs we had open. Oh, I still have Abigail Shapiro up. What are we looking at here? Okay, well, I'm going to read donos, and here's your hook to stick around when I'm done reading donos. We're going to talk about the new George Floyd footage that came out. That's what we're going to take a look at. So that'll be fun. We put the fun stuff first, okay? Sorry. You going to talk about the interview? Yep. Going to talk about the interview. Did you see the explosion in Lebanon? No. If you donate a link to the news article for me, though, I'll be able to see it. Okay. Here, let's, I'm getting more shameless about that with time. Hold on. Hopeful. Thank you so much, Gifted Tier 1 sub. I'll do likewise for you. Horace May. Sorry about our inferior American walls. Tyler, thanks for the Gifted Tier 1 sub. Poo Poo Piker with the $2. What are your thoughts on Cuba? Is Cuba just as bad as China? No. Cuba's not perfect. There are a lot of problems with Cuba. And it's not as democratic as they would like you to believe. However, Cuba is like like fucking many miles beyond China. First of all, Cuba is actually trying to achieve a socialist dream. They are actually working to do that. Whereas China has completely abandoned the principles, not just of socialism, but of Maoism. Xi Jinping literally had like a precept or like a codex of priorities for the CCP, and they were all about abandoning like socialist principles, you know? Cuba's awful in terms of development. Well, yeah, we've been embargoing it for like 1 million years, you know? If Cuba had access to the markets, you know, that the United States has, we're right across the pond from it. It could be much better developed than it is now. To be fair, countries that aren't the United States trade with China, Cuba, yeah, shit countries, crap countries, shit ass fucking dirt countries, not America, with our fucking high tier big dick exports. We're not that good. Okay, 747, thanks to the Gifted Tier 1 sub. Likewise, with Thano 747 again, and also Thano again. My goodness, you people. How do you debunk the Venezuela talking point? I just don't talk about those countries. I would like to talk about individual policies and principles. 98% of the conservatives who make fun of Venezuela have no idea why that country is in the dirt right now. No idea. They have no clue. So they'll just call it socialism, but they don't know. So don't get into a position where you have to defend stuff that even they don't know how to attack. Is Ben Shapiro a little twink? Yes. Did I see Frost v. Nixon 2 Electric Boogaloo, Swan v. Trump? No idea what you're talking about, Master Vane. Sorry. Ziggy Zack, likewise. Anarcho Wiener with the very, very, very kind $20. I enjoy this rant and wanted to give it some
What
visuals.
do they mean? What do they mean when they say reject modernity, return to tradition? What does that mean?
I love this already.
Because sometimes they're showing pictures of 1950s Macy's catalogs with like a white family having a barbecue. But that's modernity. That's the definition of modernity. Why don't they just say reject multiculturalism? Like, why do they have to say reject modernity? Nazis want like the custom editor mode of like a civilization game. I want the 19th century racial society and the 20th century gender society, and I want the 14th century scientific method, and I want the this completely incompatible hodgepodge of ideas and concepts and cultural inspirations. Yeah, is Nick an anarcho-primitivist? I don't know. Return to monkey. I see you people in chat saying that. Maybe that is what we need. You know, maybe that is the future of Western civilization.
Wait, I'm linking that. That was good as shit. Thank you, Anarcho Wiener. That was good as shit. Some good ass shit. I'm tweeting that. Hold on. There we go. Good ass shit. Nicely done. Good, go team. Ben Shatpiro with a very kind $20. For everyone who needs it explained, Ben Shatpiro is a cute twink, and Abigail is his little sister and a conservative YouTuber. Oh, I thought that'd be a joke, but you actually did explain it. Well, yes, thank you for explaining it, comrade. To anyone who's gotten this far into the stream and hadn't figured that out, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, comrade. Ada Fisher with a very kind $30. Hey Vosh, you might want to try out this game on Steam. It might be fun to play on stream. It's called Democratic Socialism Simulator. Love you, man. Stay based. I've heard of it. I haven't checked it out though. I can take a look. Maybe add it to my wish list. We'll see. It's actually fun to play. I don't just play games because they're like, painted red though. We'll have to see. Thank you. Yeah, Posadashan I have. Slambrew with a very kind $10. You see the Nation article that published DHS documents citing true Anon posts. Yes. Piss Pig Granddad is on an official government document now. Yes, I saw that. Oh, yes. Yeah, the Department of Homeland Security is trying to take prominent lefty political figures, not political figures, like activists, such as Brace from the True Anon podcast, and say they're associated with terrorist groups, and then like write down like their information and stuff like that. I'm kind of curious if I'm on there. I have no idea. I haven't been around as long as Brace, But... it's 100% fascism. This is a politically biased DHS operating under the will of the Trump administration, looking to associate political opponents with terrorist groups. I mean, it's very, very blatant, but MF Zoom with the incredibly kind tier 3 sub. Thank you very much, comrade. And Soft Dragons the $10. Love you, dude. Hope those tankies fuck off. Oh, that's okay. Now they're just funny to me. They have tankies ever since I passed like 50k subs have not had the ability to negatively influence my emotional state to any extent. Kavi, I will never play Disco Elysium on stream. Way too fucking wordy. Raider Rocky, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. True. Killer Dude 80 with a very kind tier 2 sub. Hey Vosh, there's a new PagerU video about college guaranteeing success. Okay, we'll see if my brain cells can handle it after this, okay? Thumpulus, thanks for tuning into the stream today. Love you, buddy. It's nothing quite like tuning into the stream. Better than turning just into the YouTube videos, I'll tell you that. You've seen Vosh sing, but how about a choir of leftist... I can't play. It's copyright. It's good though. Who holds up to deep faking the best? Dame, 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 de. You can listen. I reject this information. Basic Kidney, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Really happy to hear you've been enjoying the content, comrade. So happy you're out of the alt-right pipeline now. Thank you. Katarina with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, comrade. GF and I appreciate how you always seem to be grateful for donos regardless of amount. Very cash money of you. Yeah, I back when I didn't have that much money to throw around, I never really donated to streamers. So like that lasts today, that impression. So now anyone who donates to me, it's like this unbelievable kindness. I honestly can't believe you guys do it. It's like so nice. And you keep doing it. You don't stop, It's so nice. It never gets old. I never stop being grateful. Except for when people just send in 99-cent donation super chats. Fuck y'all. Got you. I see you shit. Sausage Boy, thanks to tier 1 sub. Comrade Malcontender with a very kind tier 1 sub. Socialism is when you violent revolution. The more violent the revolution is, the more socialist it is. Dude, you know how you can tell all tankies are CIA plants? Because the official position of the CIA is that China is a communist country and more government means more socialism. And that's what tankies say as well, okay? That's how you know. That's the secret. Hellion Fire, yes, I actually think that as the large drama YouTubers go, not really drama YouTuber, like gaming drama, I think that Critical is actually a pretty good content creator. Another thing that I've been looking at more of lately is iDubbbz. And I actually think it's extraordinary. This is something that's very interesting to me. I would actually love to go over iDubbbz at some point and why I think iDubbbz is so much better than people like Leafy or stuff like that. not just in terms of the quality of their content, which obviously the difference is night and day, but also in the term that both of them are like insanely edgy dipshits. But I don't get the feeling that iDubbbz actually is like adjacent to the alt-right pipeline, you know? It's actually, I'd have to think about it, but it's like an impression that I get. Didn't you talk shit about Critical back in the day? Yeah, I did. Critical made a video I didn't like that much, and Critical actually talked about it on the podcast that he does, and we talked on Twitter afterwards, and we said we're cool. He said that he thought I was a little uncharitable, and I said, well, you know, your video could have been better, and he was like, okay, well, we'll both do better, and I said, yeah, and then we're good. Anyway, yeah, a lot of... Leafy used to be a Destiny fan, so weird. Oof, well, you know, Destiny back before 2016 was not an upstanding pillar of moral integrity, in my humble opinion. I love the poor. I do think so. I do think progressivism will still have a hold. Joust Shipper with a very, very kind $25. If you want to see a good video on Abigail Shapiro, check out Jimmy Snow. Yeah, I'm going to talk to Jimmy Snow pretty soon, actually. We're talking on Twitter. I need to respond. That's my bad. But yeah, 100%. Oh, gotcha, Zan. Yeah, we got to talk about that. Thank you so much, Josh. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah. Hold on. His stance with his girlfriend having an OnlyFans probably helped. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? The problem is that like the edgy gamer drama YouTuber circuit just makes it's like, okay, here's the thing. You know how in large part, and this is the fault of the system, but this remains to be the case. In large part, one of the reasons why American prisons are a hellhole is because the prisoners make them a hellhole. That's not to say it's all their fault or that the system doesn't do stuff as well, but a lot of the stuff between all the rape and the theft, the physical intimidation, the gang association, all this stuff, it hurts the people in the prison quite a bit because they live in this constant atmosphere of fear. You know, if you're weak, you get hurt, or sometimes even killed. You know, depending on the prison and the circumstances. I'm reminded of this, but a million times when I think of shitty drama, dumb fuck white boys on YouTube, where the whole space is a nightmare. 4chan does this a lot too. The whole space is a nightmare, and it's all because of them, you know? It's this whirling miasma of making fun of each other for everything, even though they all know there's something they're insecure about as well. Leafy's a perfect example. Leafy's insecure about his chin, but Leafy will bully other people. Well, Leafy, if you created a culture where people didn't bully other people for their appearances, people wouldn't bully you for your chin. And likewise, you know, everyone, it's all these fragile people who love talking shit, and then when people talk shit about them, they're like fucking, well, they can't take it on a chin. You know, it's like really pathetic. What we should all recognize, nobody actually likes being in an environment where everyone is trying to tear everyone else down. Why don't we all just make the place a little bit better and make fun of each other for better reasons than for being cringy or for being unattractive or whatever, you know? But we don't do that. We take the cheapest shots we can because these big YouTubers make a fuck ton of money taking those cheap shots as often as possible with as many videos as possible. So we keep the general culture of YouTube and of the internet as absolute. And it's funny because people on the ground, people who aren't making millions of dollars off this grift, will defend it by saying that their people are being real, that those drama YouTubers are being real. No, they're fucking not. They're just finding anything. Well, I can tell you this with great assurance, okay? As a content creator, okay? As somebody who makes his money producing content, I'm not keeping it real. Every day I think of what's going on, what can I get the most attention out of talking about, what will get me the most X or Y. It has nothing to do with keeping it real. It's about playing into the monetary interests of the system that we're in. Authenticity is not a authenticity is not like the premium on YouTube. Sell out Radlib? Yeah, Vosh exposed. Hey guys, you do realize this process gets us the most views. Remember that, right? You want to know why the right is so fucking successful? Because you have channels like Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Tim Pool, who will just maximize engagement as much as possible. And every leftist video is a passion project they've been wanting to talk about for 8 years that they spent 6 months putting together, okay? That's the reason why they're so much more successful. And we have to do the same fucking thing. Because we live in a hell world. Do radlibs actually exist? I don't know what the fuck a radlib is, okay? I have no idea. It just seems like tanky speak for not the right kind of leftist. We live in a hell world. Please watch. No, stop linking me things. We're doing donos. I got caught up. Pandora with the incredibly kind $20. I came out to my grandmother, mom, and wife as trans, getting a lot of support. Big heart for your advocacy, trans rights. Fuck yeah, comrade. I'm really, really happy to hear that. I hope things continue to go well. It's really awesome that you have that support group. Hank Badank with a very kind $15. So how can I go about setting up a discussion with you at some point? I'm starting to read some theory and I'd love to talk. Also, it's Badank. I'm fed up, Vosh. I can't make any promises. My schedule is pretty packed at the moment, but you can send me an email, voshvideo@gmail.com. That's probably your best bet, but in all likelihood, I'll probably say no, just because of how busy I've been. Skeleton, thanks the tier 1 sub. Likewise with Arska Scarva, I have not played any Yakuza game, but I want to, maybe eventually on stream. Ben Shapiro with a very kind $5. Yeah, but Kings and Generals does watch me, as a matter of fact. Your original title was COVID Will Never End. Mind explaining what you meant? Yeah, COVID will never end. That's my new take, okay? It'll never fucking end. We're never getting out of this. Soft Dragons, the very, very kind tier 2 sub. Fuck GOP. Very true, comrade. Fuck GOP. Yeah, I just gotta accept it. Sam Parr, the $5. How does the CIA maintain its budgetary discretion when it's wasting so much money on all of us non-tankies? Dude, could you imagine if somebody did like this giant fucking budget leak for the CIA and it was like $62,000 2019 Vosh video on YouTube, you know? $118,000 Contra points, you know? It's actually like all these YouTubers. God, that'd be fucking funny. That'd be so fucking funny. Trent Adams, the $5. Don't you think that voting for Biden gives the green light to the DNC to keep throwing these diet Republican candidates at you? Nope. If lefties don't vote, they're not going to throw out candidates who are meant to appeal to lefties. If we don't vote as a bloc, they have absolutely no need to capitulate to any of our interests. No, the best thing that we can do is apply extreme pressure during the presidency and try to win local elections so that the pool of presidential candidates with a lot of social capital grows more and more progressive every year. Drunken Valley with a very kind 50 kroner. Diet Coke is better than drinking bleach. That is true. A lot of things are better than drinking bleach. JPH Production, how can you be a socialist and an anarchist? They're not incompatible positions at all. Socialism just means abolition of the commodity form and collective ownership of the means of production. Anarchism is in no way contradictory with either of those aims. And socialism aids and abets in many of the aims of anarchism, like the abolition of hierarchy. Literally me when you talk about politics, spider warning. I like them. I think they're cute.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
Would you consider China fascist? Because I would. I think that China is definitely leaning in that direction in many ways. I would say that a change in aesthetics would certainly make them seem a lot more fascist, which is kind of an argument in favor of them being fascist. We can go over the points if you want. Guys, really quick. Umberto Eco's 14 points. We'll see what applies. We'll see what doesn't. There we go. So by this definition, there are different definitions of fascism, but we'll go with this one, okay? Number one, powerful and continuing nationalism. That's obviously a hard yes, obviously. China is, yeah, okay, yeah. Disdain for the recognition of human rights. Yes. In fact, Xi Jinping, in one of those internal documents that was leaked, actually admitted that one of the greatest enemies of the Chinese Communist Party was the concept of the universality of human rights. Obviously, they have concentration camps. identification of enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause. You mean like how they keep talking about how like the Uyghur Muslims and other and other like ethnic minorities are destabilizing socialism by exerting autonomous, regional influence? Yeah, I'd say so. Supremacy of the military, I think that one goes accepted pretty easy. Rampant sexism. I don't actually know about this one. Is China that sexist these days? I don't think so. Well, we are sexist these days. So, but I mean, like, are they like, do they promote a culture of chauvinism? Men are valued more in Chinese society. Well, sure, yes, they kill women, babies. The one child policy is over. The one child policy is done. I'm talking about now, today. Okay, I'm not talking about past policies. I'm talking about today under Xi Jinping. There's a 2-child policy still. Okay. I'm just going to say no on this one. I don't think they promote the same culture of chauvinism that you would typically expect from a fascist country, especially since fascist countries tend to turn their women into broodmares. And China actually tries to restrict. You're wrong. Okay, look. I would need to know more on number 5 before saying yes. That's it. It's a neutral. Shut up. Controlled mass media. Okay, that one's pretty obvious. Obsession with national security. Yep, that one's pretty obvious. Religion and government intertwined. This one's interesting because it's kind of the opposite. It's actually state atheism, where there's been like a strong crackdown on religious groups within China. But I don't know if I can really say that's the same thing. I'm going to leave this one as neutral. Corporate power is protected, obviously. Yeah, very, very much so. Corporations are very much kept in line to the interests of the state. Labor power is suppressed. Yep, very easily. Disdain for intellectuals and the arts. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so at all. I think that China tends to venerate intellectuals and the arts. Now, I would say this would apply for like the Cultural Revolution, but there's actually been kind of this resurgence of pre-Mao cultural influence. But it's possible that they only like that art because that's their version of neoclassical art, and they would hate like modern art, you know? So I know that they're a reinvigorated interest in classical art and antiquity, but modern art, I have a feeling they wouldn't be as keen on. Yeah. Yeah, I would say, yeah, at the very least, it would be disdain for the arts. I don't think China has a disdain for intellectualism, though. Culturally, I don't think that's ever something that I've heard coming from them. Obsession with crime and punishment. That one's pretty obvious. They have an unprecedented surveillance state. Rampant cronyism and corruption. Is it cronyism and corruption if you just openly have like a political caste that just does whatever they want? I guess it kind of is. It's not so much cronyism and corruption as it is like a kleptocracy. But yeah, I'd say that definitely fits. And then fraudulent elections, considering the fact that they pick the candidates you get to vote for, I'd say that definitely fits. So yeah, by cultural, at least by social and cultural standards, I'd say that China is pretty fascist leaning. Yeah. So that would be my position on it. So 12 out of 14, yeah, we can go for it. Sure. Look, we don't need to know whether or not China perfectly maps onto some specific definition of fascism in order for us to know that it's bad. China is doing a lot of bad things, and we know the ways we can fix those things if we could hypothetically control those. Do the US now? The US would fit almost all of those. What would the US not fit? 1, obviously. 2, obviously. 3, obviously. 4, more than any other country in the history of the world. Obviously. 5, obviously. 6, 6, we do still have free media for the most part. We obviously have controlled media in like the manufactured consent sense, but we don't literally have like rampant state media. Now, mind you, with the way our Freedom of Information Act's rights have been constrained lately, and with the increasing threats from the Trump administration to sue news organizations for libel if they cover him unfavorably, I would say that a second term of the Trump administration might push 6 pretty far, like pretty far over. 7, obviously. 8, yeah, fucking obviously. Trump and Bush have both essentially declared fucking holy wars on the Middle East. Obviously. Disdain for intellectuals art, yeah, fucking obviously. But this one is special. This one is pretty much just a Republican thing. The disdain for intellectuals and the arts, this one's a Republican thing. Democrats don't do this. The hatred of academia and of quote unquote modern art, this is very much a Republican thing. Whereas Democrats are much more permissive of these things. A key difference between these groups. Obsession with crime and punishment, obviously. Rampant crime, yep, obviously. Fraudulent elections, not as bad as many other countries, but nonetheless, yes, very bad. Yeah. So yeah, like again, like I'm not saying America doesn't have these. Pretty bad? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Though I would say you probably couldn't find a country on earth right now that doesn't have at least 5 of these. A lot of these are just the problems with states, to be honest. The way states maintain their vigor is through the promotion of these characteristics in large part. Yeah, and capitalism. The state and capitalism work together, I think, to promote a lot of these things. Nah, Europe is all right. I'm pretty sure if we went over a Scandinavian country, we're not counting the Nordic countries. I don't know enough about the Nordic countries to really say, but I'm pretty sure there's shit they do as well. No. I'm pretty sure there's shit they do as well. Nordic countries are still capitalist. They're still stated. What about Canada? Fuck Canada. Oh God, we're full of social democrats. Oh no, we've attracted too many soak dems. Oh God, oh no. Guys, listen, the Nordic countries aren't all that fucking great, okay? They're not, okay? They're slightly better social democracies than the United States. They're not that impressive. Wow. They had a genuine shot at socialism back in the 1970s and they pulled away from it. Okay? Through austerity and through the promotion of capital market supremacy. Okay? I don't care. I don't care about them. All right? They're slightly better. Fuck you. Still capitalism. Slightly better than the USA? Yes! I live there. You don't know shit about them. Stop being ignorant. Oh, what did I say that's inaccurate? Are they a state? Is it capitalist? Oh no, we have soak dems in here. Oh no, oh God. Oh, you guys are gonna get so fucking mad when Biden wins. The turnaround on you people is going to be fucking insane. The nanosecond we're done with the election, the fucking pivot we're going to do to hard anti-democrat, anti-liberal talking points is going to leave you with fucking whiplash. Hey, I hope you stick around for that, okay? Because, hey, listen, I led you this far. Maybe I can get you to see how the Nordic countries are not really a worthwhile social model to build a society off of. Woo! I'm Swedish. Our prisons are nicer because we have 1/1,000,000th of the prison population. We still do capitalism, but everyone has a higher minimum wage. Unions are around. That's a Canadian accent? That's not a Canadian accent. I feel like this is a bad optics, unironically. Isn't it a bad idea to alienate soak dems when they're farther left than most people? You know I'm a socialist, right? What, so I can't... So you're saying I shouldn't disagree with capitalists? I'm so triggered right now. I can't believe you people. In all seriousness, my argument is generally this. Soak dems are usually motivated by a desire to achieve certain values that I believe could be better achieved through socialism. And for that reason, I'm confident I can make convincing arguments for moving people over. You can be a socialist and still see the incredible difference between Scandinavia and America. Listen, maybe I'm just a little black-pilled right now. Isn't Sweden literally like having a resurgence of like far-right nationalism on account of the refugee crisis? Yeah, like Sweden was all comfy, and then it just took a little bit of external social pressure, and all of a sudden all the fascists start getting riled up again. Yeah, so I'm not that keen. I'm not that keen, folks. Norway? What about Norway? You have a literal fascist president? Yeah, stay mad. All right. How about this? How about we come to a mutual consensus, okay? How about we all work together on this one? What if... Okay. Well, listen. We both have to... Let's walk towards the middle, okay? I was being a little hyperbolic when I said the Scandinavian countries were barely better, but also they're still shit. How about that? Can we walk towards the middle? They're not? Okay, all right. I don't know what I'm going to do about the unironic soakdems in chat who actually unironically think the Scandinavian countries are like the perfect society. Oh God, I don't know. All right, let's. Okay. You guys are kind of justifying the Radlib accusations here. No one said they were perfect? Oh my God, there are people actually mad. I'm like really worried right now. Can't you say the N-word until they leave? I don't think they care about the N-word. Europeans are racist as fuck. Have you even seen PewDiePie? What I should really do is talk about gun rights until they leave. Oh, that's how I know the Soakdems are here too. When I mention guns, and people in chat are like, I don't know about that one, Chief. Oh, I know where I'm getting my audience from. Whatever. That's the part of bringing people left, baby. You all stick around for a little while longer. I'll do a fucking expose on all those Scandinavian countries. We have better unions. We have toilets that clean themselves in the middle of the fjords. All of our cars can hover and fly for up to 30 minutes. Okay, cool. Wow. All right. Oracle with the incredibly kind $10. I watched your most recent viewer debate video. What was with that guy? The way he pivoted and danced around direct questions were super strange to me. Is that the only debate video you've ever watched? Every debate with every fucking right-leaning person is exactly the same. The real reason why is because that guy's a fan of Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson and a lot of other IDW, that's intellectual dark web types, do that as well. You can sort of project the guise of intellectualism when you refuse to directly engage with any serious questions. I believe the leftist group he's talking about are the Jacobins who still subscribe to liberal values like free trade and private property. Nice, Cercio. I need to brush up on my history. Adrian, the $5. Very true. HTTP Lovecrafts, the very, very kind $10. Rate my mask. This is... Wait, that's cool as shit. Look at that. Damn, did you make that yourself? It's pretty pog. Nice fucking meme. Get some attention. El Morris, no problem. Thanks to $5. The Arms Dealer with a very kind $10. Speed Run charity stream for 200k goal. It was so damn wholesome and fun last time. You mean the wait, you mean it was wholesome the Giant Collins stream, or it was wholesome the Minecraft speed run that took 3 streams? Either or, right? N808 with tier 1 sub. Vosh makes my pee-pee hard. Hey, you're welcome. Ben Shatpiro with a very kind $20. Raphael Micone made me donate to Vosh. Also, Ben Shapiro was a twink. Very true. Thank you so much for informing us on that subject with the $20 donation. I really appreciate that. James Michaelis, the very kind $10, was just told by a few friends that they're not inviting me to outings because I'm too aggressive about politics. They don't want to hear about it anymore. Feels bad, man. Okay, I'll drop a hard truth here. They could be totally right. Yeah, it's totally possible that they're correct. Not that I'm encouraging you guys to be quiet about your political views, but it is possible, even if your political views are correct, even if you're a good person, to still present them in a way that are irritating to other people. Yeah. I think about politics all the time. I mean, it's my job to, but I still sometimes in social outings. But again, I don't know the situation. Could be you're totally fine and that they're just oversensitive. I really don't know. Why do the Shapiros share the same face? Yeah, Abigail and Ben do look pretty similar. No denying that. What flavor are Abigail Shapiro's flip-flops? Honey. Master Vane with the very kind $5. Yes, the floor here is made of floor. What am I looking at? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I remember this article. This was so fucking funny, dude. Oh God, what was that one bitch's name? Tara McCarthy, the girl who used to work with Nick Fuentes, but as Nick Fuentes got more radical, they pulled apart. And Tara McCarthy complained that Nick Fuentes' fans were super sexist. And then Nick Fuentes did a segment on how Tara McCarthy was irrelevant and she should just shut up and make sandwiches or whatever. Talk about a I voted for leopards and I can't believe my face got eaten situation, you know? Vershadev with an incredibly kind $5. Vosh over 10 dead in Lebanon, hundreds injured as of now. You said hundreds dead. True. Vosh, Norway is number 3 on World Happiness Report, number 1 in democracy. Ooh, you're getting a 1 hour ban. Just because you're salty as fuck, and I'm helping you calm down, okay? There you go. Literally, like, fucking all caps posting in chat, like, the Scandinavian countries rate really well by the IMF and World Bank and other organizations designed to specifically replicate the interests of liberal organizations. Come on. You're doing a great job converting people to left. You can't actually be mad. I'm an anarchist. I can't. Literally, I'm anti-state. And you people are like actually mad that I'm making fun of the Scandinavian countries. Even if you're not a full-on socialist, even if you're a Swede, or even if you're a Sokdem or whatever, you have to recognize. You have to recognize that I will still be critical of these countries. You can't complain about that. When there are people in chat who are like, I thought you were about bringing people on the left over. Yeah, but not by never criticize. I bring people over from the right by criticizing the right. Oh God. Where do these fucking actual liberals come from? I have no idea. Vosh, love your all sides are bad. Araxiel, you're smarter than this. Come on. Are you kidding me? I'm saying capitalism and states are bad. Yes, all capitalism and all states are bad. Yes, Araxiel. Come on. Seriously. Let's see where the triggered fucking libs are coming from. Jesus Christ. This is what happens when you support Biden? Yeah, well, whatever. Such is life. All right, hold on. We keep getting distracted. This is so performative. On whose side? We all need to take a chill pill. That's what we need to do. Not saying don't be critical, but they don't fit nearly any of the 14 fascist points. Come on, I live there and it's just not true. What if they don't fit the fascist points? What if they're still liberal though? Seriously, every single time I hear leftists say actually human rights are obsolete, I have no idea what the fuck they mean. Can you explain to me? What the fuck what do you mean? Human rights are an Enlightenment concept necessary for capitalism but are antiquated in the face of a communist society. What the fuck are you talking about? Rights, like the idea, like fundamentally what human beings should be entitled to? It's a cuck philosophy video. Okay, cuck. Okay, do I have to read the cuck philosophy video, or do I have to watch it to get this? Yes. Okay, I'll do it right now. I hate you people. I'm so mad right now at all the libs. Cuck philosophy, human rights. Which one? The problem with human rights. It's 20 minutes.
Materially, human rights today have the kind of status that the divine right of kings had in the Middle Ages. They are so deeply ingrained in our political thinking that imagining a society without them seems almost impossible. We all know the famous line from the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. But we should beware of what seems self-evident. In many cases, what seems self-evident is less an indication of what is correct or indubitable, and more an indication of our biases, an effect of the time and place we live in.
Yeah, no shit, wait, yeah, obviously. Human rights are downstream of the fundamental values that you believe humans should be endowed, the fundamental things to which you believe a human is entitled. It's obviously a product of your philosophical positions.
One of the most influential liberal political philosophers of the 20th century, John Rawls, once even stated that human rights are not the consequence of a particular philosophy, nor of one way among others of looking at the world. They are not tied to the cultural tradition of the West alone, even if it was within this tradition that they were formulated for the first time. They just follow from the definition of justice.
Okay, this is stupid. Because this is a liberal, obviously. It's a liberal, so obviously what they're saying is dumb. Human rights are not the consequence of a particular philosophy? What the fuck are you talking about?
That human rights simply follow from the definition of justice is, at the very least, a strange claim, because the notion of justice has been theorized at least since the ancient Greeks, whereas the doctrine of human rights was not fully formulated until the 17th century. Can we really untie the definition of justice from the vast majority?
Wait, human rights as a concept existed before the Enlightenment. They weren't called human rights necessarily, but we fundamentally there were societies prior to the Enlightenment which had beliefs on the fundamental things to which a person is entitled.
Majority of the term's history. Whenever we feel like some notion or idea is impossible to do without, there is a kind of therapy we can utilize. It's called history. By seeing how the idea of human rights emerged, we can then situate it as a product of a particular time and place, and thus hopefully remove the limits that it places on our political imagination. A crucial distinction is in order before we begin. The distinction between objective rights and subjective rights. Objective rights states what is right in general. For example, it is right to bury the dead, it is right to obey your parents, or it is right to serve your community. Notice that these do not attribute rights to an individual. They do not state whose right it is to bury the dead, merely that it is right. Subjective rights, on the other hand, are rights that are attributed to an individual, a subject, hence subjective. Examples would include the familiar rights from the Declaration of Independence. I have the right to liberty, I have the right to property, I have the right to a fair trial. These do not state what is right generally, but rather speak of rights as something that someone possesses. And it is this category, subjective rights, that constitutes the idea of human rights that we are all so familiar with, something that each human being owns, merely by virtue of being human. Today we pretty much identify rights as such with subjective rights. If someone speaks of rights, more often than not, we can assume they're speaking about the subjective variety. Yet they're actually an incredibly recent invention. When, for example, ancient Greeks spoke of what is right or lawful or just, they had the objective conception in mind. To them, the idea—
I was just informed that you were bullying Hello, Shu. I was just informed you were bullying Soakdems here. I hope this isn't true. You would never do such a thing, right, Vosh? Shoe on head. Can I... Shoe on head, can you get on call for 5 minutes? Can I get you on call for 5 minutes? I'm not debating you. It's not a debate. Yes, hold on, Lamau. Okay, cool.
Of subjective right would probably be incomprehensible. In fact, sentences in the form of I have the right to something are not even possible to construct in ancient Greek. Ancient Greek philosophers commonly saw what is right, what is lawful, as being determined by the moral order of the world itself. What is right was not to be found in individuals, but in the harmonious order of things, in the relationships between the different parts of the world in one's community. Roman law famously defined justice as giving each person what is due to him. Reading this through the spectacles of our times, we might assume that what giving each person what is due to him means is something like respecting each person's individual property rights. But as I already mentioned, the notion of a subjective right had not even been formulated at the time. What was due to a person was determined not by the individual rights they possessed, but by their position in the larger community and their relationship to the other members of the community. The point of such distributive justice was to aim at social harmony, something that can only be understood in light of the community as a whole, rather than in terms of isolated individual rights. So what changed this brand of justice, so different from the one common in our times? What made it possible to think of rights as subjective? Like many things in the history of quote-unquote the West, one thing in particular is crucial: Christianity. First of all, Christianity conceived of each individual as having a soul, something which—
I can't... Okay, so just to be perfectly clear, when I say human rights, I'm not talking about the idea that we have some sort of God-given or state-given, inalienable, unideological set of positions to which we are endowed. What I'm talking about is I believe that people should be treated a certain way by default.
Places each person in direct relationship to God, and thus gives each person a kind of absolute value. Because the soul exists independently—
That's what most people mean by human rights, though? No. Okay, when I'm saying blank country doesn't respect human rights, and then a lefty comes in and they're like, huh, well, you know, human rights as a concept have been kind of obsolete since the Enlightenment. Communists shouldn't need. Okay, nobody fucking cares. That's not what anyone's talking about. Nobody's talking about the different definitions of the inalienable assertion of. What people are talking about is whether or not people should be treated a given way.
Both from one's personal qualities and the community one belongs to, it becomes possible to view individuals not as the specific members of their community, but instead as abstract human beings, each being equal in sharing a common essence. Because a soul is both universal and eternal, human beings could now be viewed in abstract.
Not in a philosophical sense, they're completely different. In a colloquial sense, they're a meaningless distinction. You fucking pedant. When people say human rights, nobody's referring to the fundamental philosophical axioms from which they derive. We are referring to what people ought to be treated as. This about the philosophy of human rights? I wasn't talking about the philosophy of human rights. I was saying that China has a disdain for human rights, and that Xi Jinping in particular has said that the universality of human rights is something that he detests. But that is not a pro-communist position. That's a guise for his government to get away with abusing people, and it serves the interest of the state. We're missing the forest for the trees here, you know? I agree, but that's not a criticism of the video. I'm not criticizing the video.
Abstraction from both time and space, independently from the position they occupy in their community, or the world more generally. Secondly, certain Christians, for example William of Ockham, eventually argued that if the moral law is inherent in the order of things, it leaves no freedom for God, as God must follow the order of things as well. Because of this, gradually the moral law came to be seen not as something inherent in the order of things, but something stemming from the will of God. The importance of order is replaced by the importance of will. Finally, because we are created by God in the image of God, it takes a small step to identify the will of God with the will of each individual.
Cool.
Thus, the result is a morality built on universal abstract rights, which emanate from the will of each individual, by virtue of a shared human essence. We arrive at the full-fledged Enlightenment conception of human rights. Some might be surprised by the significant role played by Christianity in the development of human rights, but this was made very clear in the writings of the theorists developing human rights themselves. John Locke, for example, one of the main philosophical influences on the Declaration of Independence, started his theory of rights from the claim that God owns us as property, and therefore endows us with inalienable rights. And this is stated in the Declaration of Independence itself.
All right.
Hello?
Shoo.
I heard you were talking shit like I wouldn't find out.
Shoo, I'm getting cucked and fucked right now by my audience, okay? It's frustrating me.
Someone on my Discord was like, Vosh is talking shit about Sockdems, get in here. So, yeah, what was going on?
Okay, listen, here's my... Okay, so we were talking about China and how much China could be reasonably characterized as a fascist country. By some definitions, it pretty well hits the mark. And I was talking about how America could hit pretty much all these marks as well. This isn't like some specific, unique China thing. This, you know, it's bad countries all around. And then I said, well, to be fair, with these days, you know, most countries are every country on Earth would probably get at least like 4 or 5 of these. You know, every country on Earth would probably get, you know, a fair number. And then people in the chat started reeing. They started reeing so hard. Shoo, what about Norway? They start screaming about the Scandinavian countries. And
is that true, chat? Did that happen?
There were red frogs in chat.
Right. Okay. All right, I believe it.
Yeah. Okay, so you're a social democrat, right? That's what you go by currently?
Yeah, just for practical reasons though. Like, I do not think America will ever be any kind of socialist country. And I think the best that we could do is get to the level that, you know, Norway is and other countries like that. And I think that would be the best possible thing for us to do. And then, yeah.
Well, obviously, right? America never could be socialist because we will rename it after the revolution to something else. Like United Socialist States of America or something like that.
Because, like, market socialism, wow, okay, great English. Market socialism makes sense to me. Like, I would be that if I thought it was possible, but I don't think it's possible. So I don't think, social democracy, it's the best that we can get to. We're almost getting there. We have social democrats in office, and yeah, it's practical. It's good. The social democracies are like the happiest countries in the world and have like the best democracies and everything. So why the fuck not?
Can you sympathize with my frustration when no. Okay. Well, as much as I talk about Biden or whatever, or attack Trump, Orange Man bad, I am a socialist, you know? So when I'm in chat and I make comments like, even the Scandinavian countries are bad because they are capitalist end states, and then people get really upset with me. Can you understand how, perhaps in retaliation, I would say hundreds of mean things about Soak Dems?
Okay.
Thousands of mean things.
Okay. And then we can bully you back. So fair game.
Oh, sure, yeah. From your own streams where you don't have control of the chat. From my chat, however,
all right.
The imbalance is more pronounced.
Okay. All right, cool.
Okay. Well, wait. Did you want to come here? Were you here to defend social democracy as a concept, or?
Yeah, like I just said, it's what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to implement your socialist state? I think you made a whole video about this, but I didn't see it. Like, how are you going to even get there? You gotta go soak them first. There's no other way. You gotta deal with it.
I mean, I don't disagree that social democracy is like is a stepping stone. In many cases, well, generally my feelings are this: I feel like at some point in the near future, especially with climate change ramping up the way it is, there's going to be an overwhelming economic and social upheaval, and we will have to respond to this political power vacuum that'll be created. Historically, this usually leads to the rise of fascism. They take advantage of the power vacuum. Most conservative people in America are pretty much on the cusp of being fascist anyway. It'd be easy for them. And my hope is that instead, rather than reaffirming the power of capital, seizing the state, blocking off ethnic groups, instead what we could do is redirect our antagonism towards seizing those means of production and equitably distributing them while maintaining a sort of fundamental commodity form so we can engage in global trade and not completely lose relevance so we don't get nuked to hell by the rest of the world. And ideally, that would be sort of the ground, the bedrock upon which we'd build like a productive socialist state.
I actually had a talk with Comrade Cora. I don't know if you know her.
No, I know.
Very, very recently. And she had a really good point. She's like, I think the first thing we all have to work on together is just getting rid of the whole American imperialism thing. And then from there, we can work all together, because that's like one huge issue I think the left in general can all get behind. Just recently, the fucking Bernie like tried to do a thing where he wanted to defund the Pentagon only like by 10%, and like everybody shot that down. And I feel like just knocking down the military industrial complex a few pegs is what we can all work on together at the moment being. And that, I think, would help, get to a SOCDEM society, and then possibly, maybe, probably never, your socialist utopia.
My worry, I feel, because I criticize capitalism plenty here, and when I do that, chat goes, woo, they love it. But when I feel like a lot of the people in chat now, I worry the people in chat, when they heard criticism of capitalism, what they interpreted that was not counting social democracies, not counting the Scandinavian countries. That's not capitalism to them. That's like fancy socialism. It worries me. I'm worried, Shu.
Okay. You're worried that we're just gonna get fancy capitalism?
I do worry a little bit about fancy capitalism.
Okay. Okay, but what about the free market? Aren't you pro free market?
No, not fuck free market. I think that markets
are... Yeah, whatever. I don't know the fucking terminology yet.
Yeah, I think
okay.
I think that there are ways to incorporate commodity production humanely and effectively into at least early stage socialist societies. I think later on that probably have to be done away with too, I mean, maybe eventually, ideally, we achieve some sort of post-scarcity, but until then, I think that commodity production is, at least in a small segment of our society, kind of a necessity.
Okay, yeah. Well, know what?
Not for housing or medical care or food or any of that.
Yeah. Oh, I said fucking food and housing should be free on Twitter the other day, and I got fucking blown the hell out by like 1 million people.
True though. Where's the lie? Can you find one?
No, there's no lie.
There is no lie.
Okay, no, I just wanted to hop on and defend my fellow SOCDEMs in the chat. I see you.
Wait, can I ask you something out of curiosity?
Yeah, go.
How worried are you about China?
I have a feeling, well, we're definitely going to go to war with them, like economic war in the near future, probably, right? Do you feel that way?
Yeah, almost certainly. I would assume.
And now with this COVID thing, if Trump gets elected again, I feel like China is going to be like the enemy. It's going to be like the Chinese killed your grandma. Remember, they're the enemy. You know.
Do you would agree with me? I'm not saying the whole like Trump hysteria, China full of baby eaters or whatever.
Oh, just in general, China's like the power and everything.
Well, it's a pretty bad country altogether. I think you'd agree.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I'm worried about when it comes to anti-imperialism is that areas of the country that we as a global power leave are areas they can occupy. I'm worried they might be able to do imperialism more efficiently than us, and that a reduction in our social and military expansion would correspond to an increase in their relative power, which could end up going rather poorly for us. How do you feel about that possibility?
Well, yeah, there's always like the power vacuum that would open. That's what everybody's always scared of. That's why I'm always called like a sad apologist and shit like that, and like a Russian asset and whatever.
Do you do that often? Do you apologize for Assad?
No, I'm just like, war bad, and then saying war bad just makes me, a Russian plan, an Assad apologist, and everything like that. I just think we give way, way, way too much money to our military, and it's completely unnecessary, and we desperately need to do something about that, because I don't think cutting the military budget like in half is going to all of a sudden open up this huge power vacuum and we're going to be attacked or anything like that by China or Russia. Or I don't think so.
No, I completely agree with that. Yeah. The military that we have right now. I mean, China, with its military, which is much, much, much smaller than ours, is capable of holding essentially all of Southeast Asia down and quite a few trade routes across, the Indian subcontinent. And they're fine, completely fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could probably do that as well. Anyway, I was just curious.
Okay.
On stuff. Hey, listen. Okay, Okay, I'll be nicer to the Soakdems. I apologize. As long as they know capitalism bad, and one day, if the time comes, they have to be nicer to me than the fascists.
Yes.
If there was ever some sort of heated political action.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Don't worry, we'll all be on your side.
Thank you very much, Shu.
Okay, bye.
Thanks
Bye,
for dropping
guys.
on. Have a good one.
Bye.
I was lying through my teeth. We're only redoubling the purges. It's coming out. Oh God, we're reading these donos at such a glacially slow speed. We actually have serious stuff to cover today. Okay, hold on. We're going to commit to reading these quickly. Okay. We're going to do that. I'm Comrade Cora. Oh, Comrade Cora with the notable tag that I give to people who I know. Hello, Comrade Cora. I didn't know you were Comrade Cora. Are you the same Comrade Cora who I'm friends with on Discord, Twitter, and TikTok? That Comrade Cora, the Comrade Cora that I couldn't possibly know without you introducing yourself, despite the fact that you're named Comrade Cora. Oh, I'm a different comrade. I see. Okay. Shuckle, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. So noted, comrade. Had Uka with a very kind $10. Clip Vosh saying women are behind men. True. You said it with a very kind $5. Thank you. The guy whose friend said he's too aggressive about politics. Get friends who are leftists. Trust me, they're always way kinder, more nice, and more fun. Very, very true. Very true. True. Can we all agree we're pro-human rights, like in the way people typically mean it, which is to say the idea that by virtue of being born, people deserve to be treated certain ways, not stemming from government or from God, but instead because we just believe the world is better that way, from an epistemic sense. Yeah. This Tucker versus Antifa.
Could you commit violence against me if you thought that I had a history of saying things that you imagine?
This guy is terrifying. I feel like this man is about to eat me. This is a crazy fucking intense stare. Holy shit.
Were violent.
Tucker, I want the record to show that I would 100% whoop your ass. Like this is not even a competition.
It's fine.
Let's take me out of this.
You brought you into it.
I want to know, like, the concept of self-defense is a legal concept.
Yeah, and you will legally get these hands if you try it.
The idea is if I'm hitting you, if I strike
see right there.
physically,
No, you're not striking nothing physically.
You have a right to commit violence back in order to protect
Tucker,
yourself.
come on, man. You built like a gym teacher. I would whoop your ass, dog. I don't even respect you. Your name is Tucker. That's a 7-year-old's name. Come on,
Give
bro,
me an
stop,
example.
relax.
Like, what public figure in
you
America right now
You talk over people. That's how you interview.
Be
You
shut
just gonna
down,
talk louder
could
than
have
me.
his free speech rights taken away, and could be the subject of violence under the standards you're describing.
I don't know about all that extra stuff, but if he tried me, anybody can get it. I mean, I'm talking all the way up at the top. I'd knock out a Supreme Court justice. That's on the set.
10 times out of 10,
Stop! Tell me right! Okay. Nice. That was funny as fuck. I'm glad that I watched the whole thing. But we have to go even faster now to compensate. The Real Red Skull and Michael Monar, thank you so very goddamn much for the $5. Yes, I can cover Tim Poor more in the future. Natural Phenomenon with $2. I thought Abigail was a gender bent Ben Shapiro. They do look similar. David Payne with very kind $10. Ben Shapiro is cuter than his sister. Maybe, depends on your taste. Bleak Cognitive Future, thank you for 5 viewers. The 82 is the very kind $20. Thank you. Contribution to your future YouTube ad buys. Can't wait for that lovely beard to show up before and after my YouTube videos. Yeah, that's the ideal future. The Real Luck with the very kind $5. On the Abby Shapiro thing, this is the kind of thing Jimmy Stone and Sierras try to address. Try talking to them if you want to address this more. Yeah, for sure. Hell yeah. Elise, thanks to $2. True. Zachary Campo, the very kind $5. Thank you very much for the donation, comrade. Jamp Kin with the very, very kind $25. I was such a tepid liberal before finding your content. Now all my housemates watch you too. Thank you, comrade. Keep up the great work. That is so wild. That is so wild for me to think that, like, the Vosh flu spreads through, like, the entire household, you know? Vosh flu 2020, baby! Thank you, Jamkin. I really appreciate that, comrade. Mono Vanillin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that, comrade. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $20. Abigail Simpiro once again proving that having massive milkies and having coherent, fully justified arguments can be exclusive. True. And a shame, considering big titties do usually positively correlate with good arguments. Brandon Kiernan, thanks to $10. Yeah, the Abigail Shapiro Footless Instagram message compilation is truly something to behold. AT5D2D Derek with a very kind $5. Damn, apparently she's only 20. Do you think we're being too hard on her? She doesn't seem like a natural grifter. Nah, 20-year-olds can be seditious little motherfuckers. Also, I don't think I was actually hard on I don't think I was hard on Abigail Shapiro at all. Also, she looks older than 20. Wow. I don't think I was particularly hard on her. I think all I really said was, like, I think your ideas are misguided, and if you follow through on them, you would have fewer rights than you want to have. Jakey Fecky, stay out of them conservative discords. Shit hurts. Retro with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, true. No you. Hell yeah, happy to have you catching stream for the first time. Dalton Cash, the very kind $5. Would like to thank you and Xander for showing that Bernie or Bust was wrong. I look back now and cringe. No worries, comrade. I'm cringing at stuff that I said at the beginning of this stream. Colby Covington with the $2. Thanks. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. On the plus side, the trad wives memes are getting better. True. Very good. There you go, people. That's your chub for the stream, okay? I'm gonna it's all lesbian stuff too, which is good because the trad wife is supposed to be the trad wife, like, you know, submissive, heterosexual. So the trad wife must necessarily be a lesbian trans woman who is very, very promiscuous. We have to, you know. Markinator with the $5. I actually think Abigail Shapiro is gorgeous. Shame about her personality beliefs, though. Oh yeah, there's no denying she's very pretty, but we are not a makeup or appearance rating channel, unfortunately. Gusetta and Moosin with a very, very $5. Thank you so much, Moosin. I'm so happy to hear that, comrade. Jesus. Al Feathers, the tier 1 sub. Thank you. A professor at Auburn University said "fuck all cops" and the uni called it hate speech, and now is reassessing his future at Auburn. Jesus Christ. Left-leaning academia. Billy Drillkit with the incredibly kind 15 bucks. Non-binary furry gang rise up. True. Key, I have seen Dora Hetero. I will never stream League though. Oh, gotcha, Master Vane. Gotcha. YXCG with the $5. We should let horny women design men and horny men design women so we can have every character equally horny for everyone. Very, very true. I saw this a while back, but like, wait. What's that one cartoonist? No. This is too much of a tangent. We have to focus. Jericho K, thank you for the dear one sub comment. Internet Mexican with the very kind $5. G Gundam had a Mexican Gundam with a sombrero and a mustache. It called it Tequila Gundam. That seems about right for Japan. Toxicorum, we did go over it. Shapiro is still stuck in the past musically. Yeah, fascists tend to be. Gridval Grievels. Tau Empire. Ghetto Stripper with a very kind $10. How do you feel about porn? Porn's good. I mean, it's fine. The porn industry is trash, but porn is full of disgusting degeneracy. But as a concept, porn is fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's great even. Indian Panini with $10. Do you have a recording of your classical liberal hype house debate? If you don't, how did it go? What's your opinion of Alex debates? I don't know which of them Alex debates were. All children look the same to me, and I did not record it. I just vibed. That's all I did, folks. I just vibed. I sat here and I vibed and I talked to them. Tobias Larson with the incredibly kind 200 kronar about Cuba and development. I don't think development is inherently good and should be abandoned by lefties as something to strive towards if we want resilience, i.e. environmental issues, and prep for no cheap energy future. I think I strongly disagree with that. No, I don't think that socialism and technological advancements are two different paths. I think infrastructure and development are very, very good things. Obviously, we're going to have to contend with an increasing level of energy and resource scarcity as we move into the future. But we are, I think, generally getting pretty close to renewable energy being the most profitable energy source. We're getting close. I'd say within 20 or 30 years, not that that's fast enough, but that energy abundance might be possible. And as for available resources, we just have to make everything out of dung, as the monkeys do. Anthony, thanks for the $5. Glad to hear you're enjoying putting the model together. Burger Creek would be wildly stimulating. Yeah, maybe the lone grifter. Tortellini with a very kind $5. Thanks for reminding me the Mega Man Battle Network games are amazing, that I should replay some of them. Keep up the good work. Goddamn right. I'm thinking of replaying some of them myself. Wish I could get them on my phone or on my Switch. Angry German with your one sub. Don't really get people on Reddit wanking about hating you. It's so stupid. Also, I paid $10.69 lol. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, some people on Reddit hate me, but they're usually tankies. It's mostly the tankies who get mad about me on Reddit. Nikonsky with a very kind $5. You want me to be a socialist? I wish you talked more about anarchism since I still don't get it. It just feels like a step back. Oh, sorry, Nikonsky. We can't talk about anarchism, socialism, or anti-capitalism anymore. We can't do it anymore because the people, I don't want to upset any Scandinavian people in chat. We can't do it anymore. We can only talk. Sorry, right now. Sorry, folks. The end of the political line is Bernie Sanders now. Okay, that's it. That's the highest we can achieve. All right. Anything beyond that, it's impossible. You know, we're gonna have to stick to that. I wouldn't want to make any Soak Dems in chat feel unwelcome. This is obviously a left unity space. We put up a big tent here. Now, of course, what some might say is that I should allow you all to be here while still criticizing in abstract some of the positions that you hold, so we can all move together and grow and develop. But instead of doing that, I'll just never criticize capitalism ever again, just to preserve your feelings. Maybe. Wonderful, wonderful. I don't fucking know. I haven't played the game. Drunken Valley with 50 kronar. The Diet Coke versus Bleach was in response to somebody suggesting Biden was Diet Coke. True! Very true. Julie, yeah, I have heard about Poland looking to remove itself from the Istanbul Convention, and thank you so much for the compliment, comrade. My YouTube growth seems to be slowing down at this very moment, but that's okay. It's always like it's all bumps, you know. It's mountains and valleys. Yes, Toxicorum, I did hear about the Chinese seeds. And Onion Baked with the unbelievably kind $50. Oh. It's like looking into a mirror. $50. I'm glad you paid me to have to see this. I am well compensated for my my likeness. You're ready for 4 years of Biden? Oh God! You know what thought actually makes me want to fucking kill myself? Thank you so much. Seriously. You know what thought really makes me want to kill myself? I lay awake. I lay awake at night thinking about this. It doesn't leave my thoughts. I see it when I close my eyes. When Biden wins, every time Biden does something bad, all the tankies and Bernier busters are going to look at me and go like, huh, I thought you said he'd be better. Every single fucking time he does something bad. And I'm going to say the same thing every time. It's still better than Trump would have been, but they're not going to listen. And every single fucking time, I want to be next to them. They'll be like, see, Biden did something bad. And I want to go, yeah, fuck that. That's why we should have more left candidates in fucking action. Not diet Republicans, but they're going to turn to me. The implication being, oh, if only you hadn't pushed for Biden, we could have had nobody for president in 2020. That's what the implication will be. You know, they won't say Trump would have been better, but they'll say like, well, if only you hadn't gotten Biden in, we could have had nobody for president, and that would have been better. That will be the implication they'll make. What do you think left-wing organizing should look like post-Biden victory? The first 48 hours will just be trolling on conservative boards. Go to poll, go to donald.io or whatever the fuck they call that. Go to all the conservative boards, go to unpopular opinion. Just go there and just be absolute cunts for 48 hours. That's step one, okay? That's step one. After that, we'll have to do politics. Unfortunately, we will have to do politics eventually, but that is the first step. Okay, just a few more, then we're talking about George Floyd. We've put it off for so fucking long. We got very distracted this segment. Ethan Galley, thank you very much for the $5, comrade. Much appreciated. JPH, what I meant is anti-state and socialist. Yeah, gotcha. Mick Red with a very kind $5. A family member calls himself a libertarian, but parrots white nationalist talking points. Became very confrontational after watching my Jurgensen video, What Do? Every person who calls themselves a libertarian but isn't a libertarian socialist is actually a fascist. That is simply how it works. Oh, Lilith, you wouldn't have liked the conversation at all. They're all just lying about their positions. Do you think we can learn about and possibly repurpose the way Nazis utilize aesthetics and a collective mythology to gain new converts? No, because it never ends well. That would be like learning how to convert Nazis by calling trans people degenerates or something. That it's not something we want to appropriate. The collective mythology thing brings people to a mind state that is always bad. Soakdam's really true, Retro. Darwinian Realism and Micah, thank you both so goddamn much for the $5. I really, really appreciate that, comrade. Canada Rocker with a very kind $3. Trump is denying the press to his next event. Damn. What a thick-skinned boy. Felix K with the incredibly kind $20. I never understood when people would say blank pulled me out of the right until I found your channel a year ago. I blame Shoe on Head. I feel bad for the intervention she's getting from the skeptic community about you. Thank you. Well, you know what? I can say that were Shoe on Head still here, she would also have really liked to have heard that. I'm really happy that there's a great overlap between my community and hers, because she's got a lot of cool people who like her, a lot of crap people who like her too, but a lot of cool people who like her. And there are a lot of people in my community who like her too. And yeah, thank you, comrade. Really happy to hear that. Don't worry about the trouble she gets from the skeptic community. I'm sure she can handle it. A Social Democrat Party won the Mexican elections in 2018, thankfully. Nice, Toman. You settled with the $5. Hell yeah, that's what I'm saying. Horrors me with the $2. Confucianism has seen a strong resurgence in China, sponsored by the CCP. Yep, I've seen that. Essentially just religious traditionalism. Comment section man with the $5. Hey buddy, Soakdem here. We've got the same goals. We'll always be friends no matter what. White people happy. All right, Araxiel. Hold on. In the spirit of community, Araxiel, you're taking You're taking a chill, okay? You're hungry. You're not you when you're hungry. You need a Snickers, Araxio. Holy shit, you're like malding way the fuck too hard over that, okay? Oh no. Oh no, Vosh, the leftist known for making fun of people ruthlessly, made fun of Soakdems for 5 minutes. Come on. It's okay. DeGero with the incredibly kind $30. Thank you so much, comrade. When Biden wins and you turn on the Soakdems, you better keep making fun of them with that Swedish accent. Oh, yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, it's a good accent. I worked hard in it. To be fair, you're quite uncharitable to Soakdems earlier, and I feel like alienating them will harm the left. Guys, I can't... This really bothers me. We need to do a segment on this really, really quickly. It's not even a segment. You guys just need to listen, okay? Okay, listen up. I advocate for optics on the left, meaning that I'm of the opinion our best chance of winning is to convince people, and convincing people requires looking good. What this gives a lot of people apparently permission to do is bitch anytime I do anything that upsets them and say that I'm doing bad optics. Anytime I do anything. You know I'm an edgy channel, right? I make jokes, I make fun of people, I do this all, I run it through quickly, okay? That's my channel, all right? I make fun of lots of different groups of people. I make fun of tankies all the time. But we recognize that the broader goal of making fun of groups isn't to alienate them, it's to point out bad aspects of their ideology so that they can be moved over. I make fun of fascists, my community is full of reformed fascists. I make fun of capitalists, my community is full of reformed capitalists. I make fun of reactionaries, likewise with reformed reactionaries. So when I spend a couple of minutes making fun of Soakdems, and then the chat fills up with people who are A, unironically mad, even though you know I'm not a Soakdem, and B, people who are accusing me of betraying the foundational principles of left unity and tent raising that I started this channel on, you're being massive hypocrites. I'm doing the same thing I do to all other communities that I try to pull people from. Okay? So chill out. Jesus Christ. What do you think about ANCAP's cringe? All right, we're doing it. Let's go. George Floyd. Stop. Stop. So, I don't know how many of you remember, but there was a guy called George Floyd and he died. There have been some protests about it. Some people were mad. I don't know. Now, I've had no coverage whatsoever of this incident in my channel. So there's no chance whatsoever of any of you being tired of this subject. So I feel free to go on ahead and talk about the newest information we're working with here. See, George Floyd was a guy. He was a black guy. And he died to the police. And the people who killed him have been arrested and charged with, in the case of his murderer, second-degree murder. In the case of the other people there, accomplice to second-degree murder. And here's what we know about his death. We know that George Floyd was... This is what we knew 2 days ago. We know that George Floyd was on drugs at the time of his death. We know that he was approached initially for, after the police had been called, on the suspicion that he was using counterfeit currency. And we know that he died from a knee being put on the back of his neck for 9 minutes. We have an autopsy report on George Floyd. We know for a fact that he died of asphyxiation. And none of these facts have changed in between the point 2 months ago when they were revealed to us and this point now today. But body cam footage from the cop who murdered George Floyd was recently leaked by somebody in the media. We don't know who their sources are. Oh, and don't worry. We won't be going over all the graphic bits. Body cam footage. I'm going to turn that way the fuck down. Thank you. As you can see, somebody is shakily recording the body cam footage on a police station display monitor.
Stay in the car. Let me see your other hand. I'm sorry. Let me see your other hand. Please, both hands. Put your hands up right now. Let me see your other.
So, first of all, our cop draws a firearm on George Floyd, who has both of his hands visible and has not presented any threat whatsoever to the officers. So just right off the bat. Floyd's hands are both visible. There's literally no indication that this individual has any capacity to commit harm.
Put your hand up there. Put your hand up there.
Now, when it bleeps out like that, it's because they're cursing, because this was released to a news outlet. Now,
wheel. Hands on the wheel. I'm sorry, brother. Who else is in the car? Put your foot back in. I'm so sorry.
Gun's still trained on him.
Man, I got shot the same way as I was before. Okay, well, when I say let me see your hands, you put your hands up. You got them? Man, dang, man. Put your hands on top of your head. Last time I got shot like that was
Hands on top of your head. Hands on top of your head.
Remember that old the old joke about police officers in America? Anytime you meet a police officer in America, you get to play a deadly game of Simon Says, and if you fuck up, you die. That's the American dream right there. You gotta right hand. Simon Says right hand up in your head, left hand down by your pocket. So funny. Yeah, it is funny. Yeah, it's very funny. It's fucking hysterical, as a matter of fact, that there are people justifying this, and we're going to get to that.
Step out of the vehicle and step away.
Now, George Floyd is on fentanyl at this point. I forget the exact amount. 16 parts. I forget the exact amount. But this interaction goes on for some time. And I'll summarize it for you. It doesn't get any happier with time. They pull George Floyd out. Body cam footage, very good cinematography here. And there are just some random other onlookers and so on and so forth, and go through. And then we get him cuffed.
Okay, man. God, y'all do me bad, man. Man, I don't want to try to win. I don't want to try to win. I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic.
They're trying to put him in the police car, and then they put him
Man, I can't breathe.
on the and that's the last thing we get to hear from this audio.
I'm that COVID, man. I can't breathe.
And they spared us watching the knee cam for 9 minutes, as it so stands. So I know what you're all thinking. It's terrible. Well, this is a great day for conservatives because every single conservative online has now declared that George Floyd's death was justified and that the protests were for nothing based on a media hoax. Let's take a look at some comments. 30 people and counting have died over a lie. That's in reference to the protests. Remember that the only reason we get to see this footage is because some hero leaked it. What a joke the media is. Also, the video description is so trash. That is because the video description is sympathetic to George Floyd. Floyd was a criminal who resisted arrest. Changed my mind. Dude is saying I can't breathe before any officer touches him. Let's give praise to heroes that leak the footage. That one's kind of neutral, I guess. I'm not that kind of guy, said every criminal ever. Remember, the police approached him on suspicion that he used a counterfeit $20 bill and drew a gun on him before he did anything. Better save this before the YouTube Gestapo take it down. There were a lot of comments like that, like, ooh, everyone's going to delete this, you know, because they're trying to hide the truth. The fact that it's not on the trending page is unbelievably. Yeah, I wonder why shaky video cam footage of a body cam that was leaked right before somebody was murdered wouldn't be on the trending page of YouTube. I'm thinking. I'm giving it a think right now. I wonder what other reasons there might be for YouTube not wanting that there. So basically, the cops were doing their jobs normally and tried to compromise with George peacefully, and George was being an irrational idiot who refused to put his hands up. Literally, you get to play Simon Says, and if you fuck up, you die. Prosecution might have a tough time proving their case after they show this. There are a lot of people saying this means that the cops will be exonerated. BLM, after watching this video, truth is a white construct. Good. He's acting a fool. If he just sat down in the car, he'd still be alive. Quick, YouTube, shut it down. It doesn't fit the narrative. That's pretty much everything. There are here, I haven't actually seen myself, but I bet you Tim Pool. Or wait, it's Timcast is the name of the...
For those that aren't familiar,
George Floyd body camera footage
Yesterday.
leaked. This will probably exonerate the officers by casting doubt. There we go. Yep. Don't have to work too hard to guess that one. It's pretty obvious what these people are going to immediately in fact, we can just say George Floyd. Who's covering this? What are our opinions? These are all regular news site things. Do we have any YouTuber opinions on this particular subject? What if we go by size? Filter. View count. Filter. This week. Anthony Brian Logan. George Floyd body cam video of arrest released reaction. This is the future of conservative content, people. You get videos of black people being murdered and you do live reacts to them. It's like a Fine Bros kind of thing. This is this guy, Anthony Brian Logan, by the way, this guy said that the KKK wasn't all that bad because they gave his parents... This guy's like the definition of an Uncle Tom. He doesn't give a fuck about black people. He probably gets off on it. He likes being like the one good one. Yeah, here's the Timcast one, of course. Let's see, any further down? The Young Turks, well, they're probably, not being quite as down on it. And we're only working within the past couple of hours, too, the past day or so. Give it another week, and there will be far more conservative videos on this subject, all essentially saying the same thing.
The reason this comes up is because yesterday the Daily Mail leaked more of the tape from the George Floyd arrest. Like the minutes leading up to the 8-minute tape that we've all seen, that horrible tape of Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck. Okay, the media should have covered this responsibly from the beginning by including all the details, because maybe that would have led to a non-overcharge. Okay, there are a few...
The media didn't have access to the body tapes to begin with. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, what do you mean the media should have covered it responsibly? The media didn't have the body cam footage. And then you have all the people down here justifying it. So let's go over the really quick argument, shall we? So here are the reasons why they are now saying that George Floyd's death was justified. George Floyd did not play Simon Says good, to which the answer is, it is true that George Floyd did indeed not play Simon Says that good. That is true. He was on fentanyl at that time, which definitely impaired his judgment. He's very agitated. He's very confused in the presence of the police, which isn't good, of course. But being agitated and being confused does not sign your death warrant. Most of the stuff the conservatives say now justified his death, most of that stuff happened completely independent of the cop's knee being on his neck. See, that's the funny thing. You have, let's bring up Paint here. You have two separate videos now. You have the original video that everyone saw. No, come on now. You have the original video everyone saw that covers this length of time right here. It's about 8 to 9 minutes. That covers the knee on the neck, the death of George Floyd, his limp body being dragged off, what have you. And then now, thanks to the body cam, we have a video on the 8 or so minutes leading up to that. And the wonderful thing is, and this is the fantastic thing, At no point did George Floyd attack or pose any meaningful threat to any of the police officers. And additionally, none of the context provided here in this new video gives any justification to the use of the knee on the back of the neck in this video. Now, here's what is shown in this video. George Floyd is agitated and confused and not very good at playing Simon Says. That is true. It is also shown that George Floyd claimed that he could not breathe before a knee was placed on his neck, which totally justifies his death, you know, in the same way that if you complain about a stomach pain at one point, and then later after somebody shoots you in the gut, you complain about a stomach pain again, it invalidates the second complaint because you said it earlier at one point. You know how it is with these cops. It's all boy who cried wolf. You know, you complain about discomfort at one point, and then if you get murdered, I mean, you should have set your standards a little bit higher for what constitutes not being able to breathe. It seemed like he was having an anxiety attack over the course of this footage. We don't get to see that in this footage, because in this footage, he is in the middle of being murdered by a cop who has been arrested for murder. So, I have seen conservatives of every flavor now take this opportunity to say essentially three things. One, that the media is bad, which is a nonsensical claim because the media didn't have access to the body cam footage right away. So I don't know how its existence has anything to do with their coverage. B, that the BLM riots were predicated on a lie, the idea that George Floyd didn't deserve to die, so they're implicitly saying he did. And C, that George Floyd deserved to die. And this comes in a variety of flavors. They will talk about how because he said he couldn't breathe before, that means that his later claim was irrelevant. They will say that he died of having fentanyl in his system, in spite of the fact that the autopsy indicated that no, he didn't die of having fentanyl in his system. That's just factually wrong, but you'll find conservatives saying it anyway. You'll find conservatives saying that because he played Simon Says poorly, he then deserved to be murdered. It's a pretty common one. I think the most interesting thing, though, is the fact that the process of moving him to the ground and then putting the officer's knee on his neck had nothing to do with any of his misbehavior. See, you can justify a police shooting or a police killing in a strenuous moment. Like, for example, if George Floyd had busted out of the car and attacked the officer, I still think there are ways to resolve that non-lethally, but conceivably, if that had happened, and the officer had shot him. Okay. Now, did George Floyd deserve to die there? Not necessarily, but was there a reasonable excuse for the police officer to use lethal force? In that hypothetical, then certainly, yeah. But in this case, George Floyd basically complied with being placed down onto the ground. I mean, he was wiggly, he was agitated, but he was not fighting. Nothing that he did warranted the exertion of force that was then used to murder him. So, in essence, all this new body cam footage does is introduce the fact that the police officer who has been charged with murder drew a firearm on George Floyd before there was any reason to do so. That's the only relevant new information. Because I live in the United States of goddamn America, I do not live in a country where cops get to murder me for not playing a Simon Says well, for being agitated, for being discombobulated, or fuck it, for being on drugs, or for being a porn star, or for whatever crimes I may have committed in the past. In this country, cops get to kill me for one reason and one reason only. And that is if they think I'm about to kill them. And even then, they have to work to justify that, or kill someone else, you know. Heated moment. Heated gamer police moment. George Floyd did not at any point do that to any of the, or if you're black, yes, obviously, I'm saying what America should be, not that America's not racist. Thank you. the only real lesson that we can take from this is that A, the cop who murdered him is bad. Surprise. And B, conservatives love black corpses. They love it. They love it. They love the taste, the smell. Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Anthony Bryan Logan, they could just envision, they could dream about rolling around on a pile of black corpses with their tongue out and their hands, fingers splayed so they can get their fingers everywhere. That is the only explanation that I can think of, because these people just love to revel in the death of black Americans. It is unbe-fucking-lievable. I mean, Tim Pool was also going on and on about the Ahmaud Arbery stuff. You'll notice that Tim Pool didn't cover any of the court proceedings of the Ahmaud Arbery case, which showed that Ahmaud Arbery as of this moment, there was no reason to believe that he carried a hammer or that he deserved to be killed, and the racial epithets that were used before and after the murder of Ahmaud Arbery by his murderers didn't cover any of that, But he did cover grainy video footage of somebody who may or may not have been Ahmaud Arbery at some point entering a construction site at some point in the recent past. News. Big news, Conservatives just like dead black people. And this is why I say, and I've always said, that the removal of conservative opinions from our society is a war of self-defense for the people in this country who are staring down the barrel of their guns. It is a war that they must win so that we can all live together in an equal society. And it is a war that our enemies must lose because they would see you dead. It's that simple. There's no two ways around it. This new video on George Floyd, did not at any point provide anything even approximating a justification for his murder, and yet they are treating it as though it had. And they gaslight you about it too, but they were the first time too. When it was just the first video 2 months ago, they justified that too before the BLM protests came out and they were very, very popular and everyone sort of quieted down. I remember, you can't make me forget, all the conservative demagogues who, as soon as it happened, they were like, whatever, George Floyd, whatever, he deserved to die, it was drugs, whatever. But then, as mainstream opinion marched on without them, they changed their tune. We're not saying he deserved to die. We're just saying that protesting it and rioting and burning down buildings doesn't solve anything. We didn't say that he deserved to die. Just that he was a porn star and a thug who killed people and he was no angel, and but we didn't say it. If you're watching this and you're black, they want you dead. If you're watching this and you are trans, they want you dead. If you're watching this and you're gay, or bi or pan, they want you dead. If you're watching this and you're a woman, the only reason they don't want you dead is because they want to use your body and produce children through it. And that's the only reason. They find you attractive. You're a nice object for them to look at. And that's it. But if it weren't for that, now, obviously, I should preface this. If we are, I don't know, I've changed the minds of a few conservatives. Yeah, from wanting you dead to not wanting you dead. I've changed minds too. That's kind of my job, but that doesn't change the fact that that is indeed what they want. And the really seditious thing is that many of them don't actually know they want you dead. They're, Is a cat fucking slamming against the door? I think the cat was slamming against the door. This seems a little too absolute to me. Well, here's the nice thing about consequentialism. A lot of the people who want you dead don't know they want you dead. A lot of Republicans, a lot of conservatives, a lot of fascists, they'll tell themselves in their private moments, they don't actually want to hurt anyone. They just want a society that's blank, that's X, And then they will go ahead and they will support every conceivable cultural, social, and political measure to kill you. See, that's the difference. There are, in the strictest sense, people, conservatives, who don't want you dead, but they don't mind being on the side that wants you dead. They don't, it's not that they individually want you dead, it's that they don't mind that much, and they don't care enough to fight it when it happens, and they'll support the people who do it, not because they want you dead, but for other reasons. Here, I'd love to tear this apart. Vosh, you're being hyperbolic. Conservatives don't want us dead. You're referring to white supremacists and idiotic morons who go out of their way to be edgy morons. Nope. Mainstream conservative outlets and their comments. You want to go to like a Fox News article comment section? It's not all out and about white supremacists and edgy. What is this 2014 excuse? Edgy dipshits? Are you kidding me? You do realize how fascist governments happen, right? There's not like a magical brain disease that spreads. People with conservative-leaning values end up getting roped in by those smart enough to use them to commit genocides and purge ethnic groups. Where are these good conservatives I keep hearing about? Why aren't they talking about the genocidal advocacy done by people on the right? Trump just, with absolutely no reason, by the way, removed medical protections for trans and gay people. Why? Explain. Why? That's the president of the Republicans. Why? 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 I just went over an interview with Ben Shapiro, between Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogan, where Ben Shapiro spent 20 minutes arguing that there's no point in trying to change environment to affect the crime rate in that environment. And then he said the only way to fix black crime is to pour police into their neighborhoods. So he made 20 minutes making argument X and then contradicted argument X with argument Y. And argument Y just so happens, conveniently, to correspond to the already existing position of white nationalists and white supremacists. White supremacists love the idea. Hey, ask a white supremacist where their tax dollars should go. They'll happily tell you, I want more police in black neighborhoods. Because and I want body cams too, because their FAP folder is not going to fill itself up. They want to see black people hurt. They want to see black people harmed. I am tired of pretending that there is such a thing as a good conservative, and I am tired of pretending that conservatives' political positions are not motivated either in large part or exclusively by either hatred of minority groups or fear of minority groups so sufficient that you would internally justify violence against them. The good conservatives are the ones too lazy to go out and vote. And they're not good either. It's really hard not to be a doomer when I have such a deck against me. Well, here's the nice thing. No, Comrade Cora, we're not letting anyone on. Well, here's the nice thing, folks. We're winning. That's the nice thing. That makes them mad, that makes us happy. We are winning. As much as it may seem as though it's not, because of Trump and what have you, the general political positions Americans hold on virtually every progressive social issue has only ever gotten... I see you doomers in chat. We're winning? We're winning? You realize 2/3 of Americans support BLM. You realize every metric, from support for transgender people to support for gay marriage, every progressive metric, the belief that black people experience systemic racism, this metric as well, all of them are rising in our favor with time. YouTube is a hellhole. The media are hellholes because YouTube, the media, these are places where money exists, and conservatives do money better than we do money. They are better at astroturfing their way into political prominence in these avenues. But when it comes to the general opinion of Americans, we are only ever moving forward. And I would hope you're saying conservatives are both strong and weak. No, I'm not. Conservatism as a social force is enormously destructive, and we must do everything we can to oppose it. My little speech here has been about how bad it is and also how good it is that we are winning against it. At no point have I simultaneously said that it is weak and strong. They are very strong. I swear to God, when I said that, like when people think, when I said to people like one component of fascism is consistently over and underrating the strength of your opponent, and it switches depending on which talking point is more valuable, some people read that as fascism is when you say a thing is good, but sometimes it's weak. Whatever the case may be, I don't want you, my dear fans, to be too doomer about this, because you all should have already known this. You should have already known that conservatives want you dead. If they didn't, they wouldn't keep voting for the people they're voting for. They wouldn't keep supporting the online figures they support. It doesn't take a brain genius to look at Tim Pool's video archives and find that he is very okay with white supremacy. And yet, he is enormously popular. So we have to win. And I do think it's funny because this is ignorance a factor. Ignorance is a huge factor. But again, I don't care. If you are a conservative, you either are the things I say you are, or you're okay enough with those things that you don't mind being on their side. The practical difference between these things is minimal. That's not to say you can't convert conservatives, because you certainly can, and I do. And it's not to say that there aren't conservatives who are otherwise good people. But there remain no conservatives. Oh, and one last point as well, I think important. It is funny because everything that I'm saying right now, they'll say the exact same thing. They will say the exact same thing. They'll say, you know, we don't want to hurt anyone. The fascists will say this. We don't want to hurt anyone. We just need to do this or do that to so we can preserve our values. The difference is the world they're looking to preserve is one built on hatred and ostracization. The world we're building, trying to preserve, build, whatever, is one founded on the principles of equity. That's the difference. They can stop being fascists. We can't stop being gay, trans, black, whatever. Okay, we've got him. All right, Vor, you've been saying some dumbass shit. You want to get on up here? If there's any trope I hate most, it would be the not all conservatives are bad. I knew a lady who was good, who was conservative. No, she wasn't. Find a minority, bring them in front of that person. What the fuck? This is oh, it's horrifying seeing this on you. Oh my god, that is terrifying. You have such big hair. It stretches the forehead so much to keep your hair from moving. Oh god. All right, where's the Vor person? Where are you at? Or a voice, how do I get in there? There you go. Exclamation point Discord. Trying to get a link to your Discord. Just exclamation point Discord like so. And get on in there and we'll have just a quick convo, okay? Just a little quick conversation. No big. Not a big deal. Just a little chatteroni. All right, Vor, what's your Discord name? Help me out. Oh, I am already banned. Must have been when I was in there initially. That makes sense. It's all starting to track. Vor, just add me directly. It's Vosh, hashtag 5559. My Discord is serving to be an increasingly useless space for bringing people in because a lot of the people who come in are already banned. Just, it's Vosh 5559, okay? Are people so bad at using Discord? Well, they weren't bad at using Discord, they just got banned. Oh, dude, YouTube chat is full of so many malding conservatives. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, Hyena, why? I think it'd be good to explain more in detail why conservatives want us dead. Can you please reason through how a self-labeled conservative who believes all people should have basic rights, equal chances in life, but might hold internal biases that subconsciously might label minorities as dangerous? Oh, Home Club, because the average person, but largely the average conservative, it engages in constant doublethink. They have no internal consistency whatsoever. They'll believe anything they're told. They say they believe in universal rights. When have conservatives ever once believed in equal chances at life? The difference, it's a difference between what they say they believe and what they actually believe. None of the fundamental values that they claim to hold, they have ever actually held. So it's not even a matter of like, how do they reconcile this with that? It's just a matter of what they say they believe in is factually incorrect. They just don't believe the things they say they believe in. I have never in my life met a conservative who actually had like a principled take on anything. Could you give examples? Don't want to be pedantic, just curious. No, you give me an example. Find me a good conservative. Please. Whoa, there we go. Hunter? Hunter's not a conservative anymore. Literally, like, challenging Hunter's positions led him to realize that he was no longer a conservative. What about that kid you debated the other day? The kid who unironically cited... The kid who unironically cited genetic differences as an explanation for black crime, defended Charles Murray, brought up Stefan Molyneux amongst a list of people who he felt were unfairly accused of racism, and then argued for banning Pakistani people from entering the UK? That person? Is this the person? Now the abortion kid? Oh, the abortion kid may have acted in good faith. That abortion kid is a fucking Christian conservative. Are you kidding me? What about their positions on trans people? What about their positions on systemic racism? You think being anti-abortion is like a baseline for... You're too patient with these people? Yeah. Vor, what's your Discord name? Is it Voice of Reason? VOR? Probably. That sounds like the sort of thing somebody banned from my chat would do. I'm just going to call you and assume that's it.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
All right. Just wanted to go ahead and go over a few things real quick, if you don't mind me saying.
Hit me up.
I am actually very much sort of, I guess you might call it like a Teddy Roosevelt style progressive, in the sense one which I'm fairly economically very much for worker co-ops, very much for individuals being able to determine their own self-worth in terms of their work and how much they're being able to price and be paid for and that whatnot. So in regards to conservatives, I will agree with you on this part in terms of an olive branch too. intellectual conservatism, at least in America, is fucking dead. All of them are either corporatists or complete and utter fucking just sellouts to white supremacists. There might be a few here and there. I'm not too sure what you think about Thomas Sowell. I don't like him, honestly, but he would be like, I don't know, a conservative intellectual without actually being a white supremacist. But I don't know. I don't know what your mileage may vary on that. Then you have like, I don't know, Milton Friedman. I don't like him either because of the whole thing with Chile and the Chicago Boys and whatnot, and how they helped Andy and all that stuff. But you can kind of get what I'm talking about. But when I'm talking about conservatives, I'm necessarily referring to the people who are, let's say, that make up a quarter of my own city, which is Sacramento. For the record, I have we have around 500,000 people here, so it's quite a big city, but it's fairly suburban. As a result, we have like a large amount of like progressive, quote unquote, liberal, sort of suburbanite people, but it's mainly made up of like we are actually collectively speaking, and when I say we, I mean us whites. We're collectively speaking a minority here. So, but because of that, we have like a very progressive sort of culture, if you would, a subculture in that sense. And because we're like, not in that, not exactly like, but in a sense, we'll also like, we also have a very sizable population of conservatives. For example, there are a number of churches here who were not exactly happy about Proposition 8 being instituted here in California. They actually went out there to protest a number of the Mormons who were attempting to legislate. I'm not too sure if you're aware of who were legislating Proposition 8 and running a number of ad campaigns here in California to get that passed to effectively overhaul gay marriage. But even though a number of these preachers, for the record, were not exactly fans of quote-unquote gay marriage, they believed it was a sin, in a sense, but they didn't want it legislated in government. So when I say the conservatives don't want you dead, I'm referring effectively to not the intellectuals, just the everyday individual people who are more or less might be your neighbors, or might be, shall we say, in a liberal sort of state, or let's say over in Montana, or over in the city of Montana, shall we say. They don't want the church and state violated over in the city of Montana, for example. That's liberally, sort of legislatively liberal, but conservatively economically, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay. So I don't really know how to chart a Christian's belief that homosexuality is a sin on the reactionary to progressive scale, because I would say believing that the one universal moral constant has decried the act of sodomy as a crime against him is probably a fairly reactionary point. There are certainly some people with conservative social beliefs who still vote Democrat, or who still vote for relatively progressive positions when it comes to ballot measures. But I would. So when I say conservatives want you dead, I'm generally more saying that like the broader politically effective movement of conservatism and its constituencies. There are certainly outliers of people who deviate from the positions of that movement to fulfill some sort of emotional or intellectual consistency that they hold. But I don't think that speaks to the broader trends that we experience in this country.
Well, would you say that would probably be more beneficial instead of regurgitating rhetoric of, shall we say, conservatives want you dead? Wouldn't it be more or less beneficial to, shall we say, try to prop up those conservatives within those rural areas who are, shall we say, members of these churches, like the New Hope Church on like Meadowview Road in Sacramento, nearby my house? Like, if he were to come on here, he would probably be fairly like.
Well, in what way is he a conservative?
he's conservative in terms of like, the Bible can like give you value in terms of your life, in terms of like what it is you're doing and inspiration, charity work and whatnot. He also does a number of work of like building houses for the poor down in South Mexico.
Wait. This isn't conservative. Wait, in what way is he conservative?
He's conservative in the sense that he carries his charity work as a representation of like the work of God, shall we say?
That's just being religious. There are religious, progressive, and left-leaning people. When I say conservative, I mean aligned with the conservative social, cultural, and political policies in the United States. Not conservative like if you're including faithfulness as a component of conservatism, then I will absolutely acknowledge there are faithful people who don't want us dead. But that's not one of the components I'm referring to here. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who votes for Trump bolsters conservative movements. The people who I'd consider conservatives. I don't know if I'd consider somebody a conservative necessarily because they're pious.
Okay. So I guess it's just a difference in frame of reference between the two of us, not necessarily like a difference in what I'm saying. It's just so much that, but because I go around to a lot of like religious Bible groups and a lot of religious leaning communities here, and a lot of them tend to be economically liberal, but in terms of their social values, they're fairly conservative in the sense that, you have to go to school, you have to go to college, you have to get a job and whatnot, and all these kind of stuff. But you're propped up by your community, and you're propped up through the community in that sense, and you give back in the community in that regard.
That's not exclusively a conservative. So so I think the reason you approached this was because you were under the impression that like I was saying everyone who believes in religion or family values or like hard work is a conservative. What I'm saying is conservatives like people who vote for Donald Trump or for people who want to scale back welfare spending or for nationalists or for any of these groups who actively politically contribute to the conservative movement. These people want us dead. No, I'm not saying some little Christian church with nice people in it necessarily wants me dead. I don't know. Maybe some of them do, but.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess there isn't much. I guess there isn't much conflict between the two of us in that regard. Then.
I love you, right? How'd you get banned from my Discord?
No, it's perfectly fine. I'll pop in the chat every now and again. I don't have to get unbanned from the Discord. It's like whatever happened there was like completely irrelevant. So I will probably chat with you again some other time.
Gotcha. Have a good one, okay?
All right, bye.
Bye. Well, if it's civil, it's civil, but that was... So I think we're still on the all conservatives want us dead bent. I think that's still the position we're presently on. Yeah. My turn? No turn. All right. Fuck, we didn't get to the fucking Trump interview. Why does it say I have to be an admin to use the nuke command? Why does it do that? Why? Why can't I kill you all? You must be an admin to use this command. What the fuck? Are there any other mods in chat? Wait, Wait, what the fuck? Why do you get to do it? I own this site. I'll figure this out offline. This is a fucking mutiny is what this is. This is a fucking mutiny. You need to speed up or skip donos in the future? I do sometimes, but I kind of like them today. I'm having fun. Also, we've done like 5 segments. Good lord. Pablo Man 4 with a very kind of $10. You should do a segment on gun rights. Yes, I should. When I want to do a thing on gun rights, I just want to do it at a gun range. I just want to have record me while I'm at a gun range. I thought it'd be cute to do that. And I thought that a year ago, and I just haven't gone to a gun range in ages because everything is COVID-19. So yeah. Ziltoy, thanks to the tier 1 sub. I promise you, we'll do 3 head eventually. 21st century socialist, very kind of $20. Swedes can easily be described as external disdain for nationalism, but quite a bit of internal chauvinism. Also, I will force feed you slugs for that accent. Ah, you liked it. Don't hate. You liked it. Yes, Comrade Nolan, we did see the recent Change My Mind location. Zolo, Sir Haha Funny, and 18 reviewer, thank you all so goddamn much for the incredibly kind $5, except for you, 18 reviewer, who shit-talked socialism in your dono. I do not appreciate your $5. They're dirty dollars. Yeah, Russia's fascist as fuck. Punk Roller Girl with the $5. Proof gamers must be stopped. Yeah, no shit. I'm not even on here. What the fuck? Hearts of Iron 4 bread tube. Where am I? Why are there some of them pictures, but some of them paintings? Baby? Shit butt?
He's clean. Do you have 3 head?
Yeah, today.
No!
There we go.
I'll show my tits on stream. I'll get you demonetized.
Do not do it. Look at him.
Put 3 head.
Look at him.
There's a nice breeze.
Yeah.
Baby! Hi, Artemis. Use the camera.
He's looking.
Get him closer. Looky. Here.
There you go. All right.
Put 3 head.
I will.
Now!
Get him.
It takes like a second.
Get him.
Put 3 head and jammy.
I will.
Now!
3 head and jammies.
I'm not gonna leave.
We have to read donos.
No, do it now.
Wait, I don't want to.
I'm not gonna leave. Do it.
I don't even know where the fucking emotes are.
In Connor's DMs. There's something on Franker Faces. Franker Face Z? How do you say it?
This, you're being...
Do it.
I'm doing it. Thank you. I'm not doing it. We'll do it in a bit. Okay. Posadas John, thank you so goddamn much for the $2. Very true. Very, very true. Trash Queen with the $5. Scandinavian countries can be the way they are because they take advantage of other countries having less access to economic resources. True. Wow. Even prosperous capitalist nations rely on global inequality. God damn. Dropping truth bombs out here today. Crazy Kaiser the $5. Why are you so mad about soak dems? I'm just confused, no salt. I'm not mad about soak dems. I'm mad about soak dems treating themselves like some sort of elevated political group that I don't get to criticize or make fun of. You know why you all are so salty? It's because deep down inside you recognize the internal inconsistencies of capitalism grinding against your face. You can feel it. You can smell the acrid, expired lubricant greasing the wheels and cogs of the internal contradictions of capitalism. True, Dougie. Swedes getting triggered over this. They're not acting very Swedishy. Stop being so nationalistic. True. Black Cat Lex with a very kind $5. Thank you, comrade. And also, happy birthday. Jesus. Show this to Hyena. Well, they were just here. Okay. We saw that one. In recent decades, China has slipped back into extreme forms of sexism. Example, divorced men can get remarried easier than divorced women, especially with kids. Ooh, I'm going to want to look into that because that is actually really interesting to me. Yeah, Sampar. Jonas Boy with the $10. Is this where you donate? Yeah, you nailed it, Jonas Boy. Thank you so much. Katya Bell, trans rights. Yes, drugs user. I saw Animemes banning trap on their subreddit, which is nice. It's overused in anime discourse. It's overused. Too much. Rooster Girl with a very kind $10. Anecdotal, but Chinese women are given no sex education, but expected to remain pure. There's sexist slangs about women with black pussies from overuse. Ooh, wow, really? Is that a thing in China? Like your pussy is black from overuse? That's a lot. That's a lot. A lot packed in there. It's a dense meme. Maybe Crimsonus. Suit, thank you so much, the tier 4 sub. Oops, did I poop too loud? I don't know what that's in a reference to. Is that in reference to the bomb that went off? Or the explosion that went off? I hope not. How crass. But I assume it's not. Pummelev Huntstop with a very kind 300 kronar. Hey, Norwegian here. I consider myself privileged to live in my country, but we do have a right-wing government right now, and things are far from ideal with how they're running things, even from a Soakdem's perspective. The thing that personally weirds me out the most about the Scandinavian countries is that everyone there like stands really far apart. Is that mostly a Finnish thing at the bus stop? I see the pictures though. Everyone stands really far apart. Useful now that we're in a pandemic, of course, but I've heard a lot of talk of like social alienation in those countries. That there's a lot of anti or asocial behavior there. You know? Kind of like Japan a little bit. Let us red frog, you coward. I don't know if I can... No. I don't... I sure would like to know why my commands don't work. That would be amazing. You're a fascist. Okay. Dumb Bunny, Sir Doug, Juicy Dumper, and Elias Cisneros with the unbelievably kind $5 each. Thank you. So Abby Shapiro is a bit of a hypocrite. She took nudes of herself that got leaked, and they're pretty spicy. I guess it's pretty hard to be a conservative trad wife. I don't know if it's hypocritical to be a trad wife, but to have nudes leaked. I don't know. Those weren't her nudes? Oh, okay. Well, then apparently... Now, the only way it'd be hypocritical if it was like some insane, like polyamorous swingers party or something like that. That would be hypocrisy. If there was like a trad wife grifter on YouTube, and then pictures came out of them at like an orgy, that would be fairly hypocritical, I'd say. Fight war, not wars. True, James. Mono Vanilla, thank you so much for the $5. We're both mad, comrade. Nooberific with $5. I'm a beta male soaked down, but I love your videos on socialism. You do a great job explaining anarchy, sociology, and LGBT issues. Thank you, comrade. Listen, we just had our one little soaked down outburst today, okay? We're all good. James Mitchell with the $10. Yes, Tucker on site, true. Brutus Magnuson, Hobbit, Cutie for Life. Thank you all so much for the $5, except for Cutie for Life, who actually gave 666. Good luck with the wisdom tooth recovery, comrade. Araxio with the $5. Still love you, but you gotta switch faster to the nuanced scalpel and away from the flamethrower when criticizing allies. Low W Peepo hug. I didn't even say anything that mean about the Soakdems. I just said they're not socialists, that capitalism is still bad, and that the Scandinavian countries still have problems in them that are indicative of the countries that have capitalism and that are states. I really didn't say... I didn't turn the flamethrower on. I don't hate Soakdems. I think they're generally very good people with good political goals. But like, holy shit. I really didn't, like, go after that hard. I can't listen to these capitalists. Saying anyone that they're slightly better than the USA is pretty much offensive. I don't care. You stay mad. Fucking glass chins, dude. We're not slightly better than the USA. We are significantly better than the U. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. Fuck you. Suck my dick. Jesus Christ. You have levied a great insult against us. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. But thanks to tier 2 sub, comrade. Decupine and Pantaki, thank you both so much for the tier 1 subs, comrade. Yeah, gotta stay careful when fucking school's reopening. Jesus. James Mitchell, thank you very much for the 10 bucks. 8 years of Biden? I don't know if that's physically possible, but maybe. Kings and Generals, with the incredibly kind tier 3 sub. You're providing so much good content that I decided it's time to move to GG. Keep the good work. Thank you so much, comrade. What's up? We can see you here in chat now when we want. Thank you so much, comrade. I really, really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate that. Jesus. There you go. God. Olive 33 with 10 bucks. Ignore the soak them haters. Just wanted to make my first donut to a streamer. Love you. I love you too. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the generosity. Are we even going to be able to get through all these today? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Why do you give me money? Why do you do this? Why? Why? Sam Erickson, thanks for the $5. I love your whole family too. Sebo with why the riot police officer wake up early to beat the crowd? Shut the fuck up. Juicy Dumper, you can have your anarcho-communism when we start anew on Mars because it's red? Maybe I will. Thank you. Can a rich man deny blood to a poor person? The rich man's own blood? Yeah, for sure, right? Let's say that's important. Colby with the $5. I think a lot of Soakdems who disavow further left ideology are just hyper-fixated on the present. Yeah, and to an extent, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I bet you that a lot of the Soakdems, who are here, who are obsessed with Soakdemery, are just very immediately minded people, and that if we move 20, 30 years into the future, I could bring them over on socialism pretty easily. That's my opinion. Hopefully sooner. What are your views relating to anarchism? It sounds pretty cringe, to be honest. Not very realistic. Pretty dumb. Only works on paper. Cameron, thanks for the $5. I'll keep that in mind should I ever be in Greenwood. Neo with the $5. What do I tell to people that unironically believe Floyd was killed only by the drugs? The autopsy report. That's all you can really say. Didgeridoo, man, thank you so much for the $5. Want to have a discussion about the refugee situation in Germany? You can email me, comrade, but I can't promise a discussion. I'm pretty busy these days. Thank you, though. Didgeridoo, man, thank you very much for the $5. Good luck improving the doc. Very true, Daniel Rathbun. Very, very true. Lovecraft, the very kind $5. Currently an hour behind playing it 2 times. I did not make the mask, but I did put in the anarchy symbol. Can DM you a link to buy if you want. No, I'll stick with my traditional black mask, but thank you, comrade. I forgot the caption to my donation. What's this?
Get biscuit nut. Hey, what's up? Can I get a number 15 Burger King foot lettuce? You guys don't sell that, bruh. Well, I guess I'll take the finest chicken nuggies you guys sell. Cash or card? Do you accept Reddit karma? Get biscuit nut. Hey.
This kid? What's the name of the original kid? The kid this is the audio is taken from. What's his name? I need to know. His name is Yandere Dev? I don't think that's actually his name. Burger King foot lettuce guy? Sure. Well, this is from 2018. I'm looking, I want to know I want the modern shit. I want the new hotness, okay? Smexy Hermit?
This album is better than anything.
Oh, that's not it. Chills is his name. Chills. 1.3 million likes. This might be them. This is not Crabman02. This has even more likes. Okay, hold on.
I feel so alone. Big oof.
Hold up. Ring, ding, 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 ding. Are you a fellow Chunkus fan?
Wait, you like Big Chunkus? Epic Chunkus moment.
Poggers.
Man, sometimes I feel so alone.
This guy is an artist. This you can't you don't like it because you see yourself in this image, okay? This guy is a fucking artist, all right?
Bruh, hey, what's going on, your new lab partner? Just so you know, I memorized the periodic table last night, and I called dibs on lighting the Bunsen burner, because I love fire. Anyways, what's your favorite element? Nice, mine's carbon, because without it, Keanu Reeves wouldn't be alive. Bruh, hey, what's going on, your new lab partner? Just...
It's just, it's...
Bro, hey, what's going on, man? How's your summer break? Awesome! Summer reading? Of course! I just got done reading the Communist Manifesto for the 15th time! I love Russia! Communism 100 T-pose! Bro, hey, what's going on?
That's you. That's you guys. Everyone who's saying based right now, that's you. That's you. That's what you're like.
Oh, hey, what's going on? Hey, are you playing Pokemon Go? Awesome! What's your highest CP? 1,500? Big oof! Mine's 3,000 and it's shiny. Get good, you frickin' noob. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. Oh, hey, what's going on?
I'm sorry. I'm just in awe of how powerful.
My name's Jeff, bro. Howdy, what's going on, cowboy? Do I listen to rap? Of course I do. I like Hamilton, that sort of stuff. Oh, you mean like 2 + 2 is 4, -1, that's 3 quick maths. Man's not hot. My name's Jeff, bro. Howdy, what's going on? Bruh, holy frick, you scared the frick out of me. Yo, I brought something to school today, and I'll show you it. But you can't tell anybody, alright? Check it out. It's my lizard.
Oh.
His name's Big Chungus.
That one's good.
Bruh, holy frick, you scared the frick out of me. Yo, I brought...
That one's me. Okay, just a few more.
Whoa, hey, are you vaping in the bathroom? Bruh, you're gonna be in so much trouble. Illuminati confirm, Illuminati confirm. I'm going to the principal's office, and you're gonna get detention. Whoa!
I wish I could be an artist like this kid.
What's going on, Julia? It is Wednesday, my dudes. So, what'd you get for lunch? Cookies again? Epic bra moment. I got freaking vegetables again. Big oof. Well, maybe after we're done eating, we could play some Smash Bros on your Nintendo Switch. What's going on?
Is there's a duet between this one? Hold on. Crabman 02 girl duet. Is this it?
What's going on, Julia? It is Wednesday, my dude.
No, that's not it. Here, hold on. Where is it? I don't know how TikTok works. It was this, and then find duets. Click on the sound.
My dudes. So, for lunch.
I'm clicking on the sound.
Again.
Clicking on the sound.
Bro.
Clicking on the audio. What is it doing?
I got vegetable and oof.
The volume, not the sound? What? No, where it says original sound? This? Oh, damn. Fuck. Which one was it? Was it this?
Hey. What's going on,
Kyle,
Julia?
what's up,
It is
man?
Wednesday, my dudes.
It sure is, my
So,
dude.
what'd you get for lunch?
I got cookies today, Kyle.
Cookies again?
I got boy, epic
bra moment.
Yeah. What'd you get, Kyle? What'd you get?
I got freaking vegetables again.
Ooh,
Big oof.
rip,
Well, maybe
F in the
after we're done
chat.
eating, we could play some Smash Bros on your Nintendo Switch.
Ignore me.
What's going on? What's going on, Julia?
Hey, Austin.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Wednesday.
So, what'd you get for lunch?
Cookies, default dance,
Cookies
default
again?
dance. Epic bra moment. What'd you get, pal?
I got freaking vegetables again. Big oof. Well, maybe after we're done eating, we could play some Smash Bros on your Nintendo Switch. Yeah.
Got Minecraft on my mind.
What's going on, Julia?
Hey, Austin.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Wednesday.
All right. What you people don't realize is that art is pain, and the suffering you're experiencing right now is actually a testament to the artistic talent of the people that we're watching. What's the through line? You know, conservatives want us all dead, and now we do too. All right. We're about to achieve speeds never before seen. James Mitchell, thanks for the $5. Meme addict, likewise, sometimes I am rude to my opponents. I mean, yeah, true. I try not to be rude to the people I'm talking to unless I think they've done something to warrant it, though. Paru, thank you so much for the $5. Yeah, no, people don't watch videos before commenting, especially not conservatives. Aurora with the $2. Possibly, comrade. Mitchell with the very kind $5. They just plain racist, man, nothing more. Yeah, for sure. Just Noah with the $5. Looks like he had PTSD from being shot in the past. Yeah, true. Drugel with the very kind 279. Debunk Fuentes' Floyd take AF 653. It's clipped. No, that's okay. Deadly Pendergrass, the very kind $5. I find it weird that dude shot up his workplace with an AK-47 because he didn't want to wear a mask and they want us to feel sorry for him. Yep. That guy shot up his workplace with an AK-47. He got to walk away alive in police custody. Lucian, thanks to $5. Love you too. Jakey Fakey with a very kind tier 1 sub. Really, really appreciate that. Into your beard and has to take my money. A friend of mine was trying to be able to talk. Hell yeah, comrade. Matt Hoff, the $5. Thoughts on the future of space travel and colonization? I feel like as a futurist, we might have to make a deal with a devil like Elon or Musk. I would like, if there's any institution to handle that sort of thing, I would prefer it be the state, personally. I would much rather the state organize space colonization than fucking private companies. I've seen Alien. You're not getting me on no fucking Weyland-Yutani vessel. Okay? James, the $3. Predatory policing leads to inflated statistics. Very true. The dono said Elon or Musk, I think. Did it say something else? Might have said something else. Daniel Brown with a very, very kind $5. Yes, true. Stupid Vosh forgot about JLP. He loved black people. True. Gingerbread with the $5. Yes, also true. Ryan Anderson, yes, I follow Owen Jones on Twitter. Justin Daisy, the very kind $5. I think Chowder is showing his true colors when he comes to a city that's had a BLM shooting and the vigil attack to debate BLM. Yeah, probably. Maybe Crowder was the one who fucking drove over the vigil before. Alan Malo with the $5. First dono ever. Please do the Trump interview. You're going to be so disappointed in like 5 minutes. Mr. Rogers' wife said if he was alive today, seeing Trump would make him switch parties. Also, AOC is Catholic. Look up her American Mag article. Damn. So much for me getting with her. I'm not into religious chicks. Or Shovel the tier 1 sub. I used your pro-choice arguments against my friend. He said he doesn't believe in bodily autonomy. At least he's morally consistent. No, he's not. He does believe in bodily autonomy. He doesn't realize what not having bodily autonomy would mean. You realize that if he doesn't have bodily autonomy, you could just kill him, right? So would he be okay with him just being bludgeoned to death? He's just stupid. He doesn't realize that he has incompatible positions. Darren, we will go over the Trump interview soon, comrade. I love you too, Sheen Carson. Yes, Jammies, clap emote, please, yes. What are your thoughts on marriage? Not really my shindig. If other people like it, that's fine. I just don't like the social pressure that everyone should engage in it. Taylor Madden, really happy to hear that I was able to help you with the arguments. Add Jammies and 3-head. Fine, we will add Jammies and 3-head. There's Jammies. And there's 3-head. Okay, move that there. Move that there. Okay. Emote site backend / top secret / don't let chat see / Vosh only. There we go. Load emote. Big. Animation length. Repeat the animation so many times. There we go. Good. It's not there yet, dipshits. And then 3 head. Head upload emote. That. Yes, very good. 3 head. Excellent. Build stage. Build chat. Force refresh. That'll come back. There we go. And now I just webcam chat. Refresh. No, no. Still not processing. It'll take a while for my it'll take a while for my thing to figure it out. What's everyone on YouTube? There. Truly beautiful. All right. I've been here for too long. I'm grumping. I'm getting grumpy. Why exactly do you think states are bad and how would society function without a state? Reagan lad. Nice name. Those are both very complicated questions, especially for a $2 dono, my friend. They are very complicated questions. But yeah, basically one of the principal arguments of anarchists is that one of the greatest forms of unjust hierarchy there is the state. Not the government, but the state. The idea of a singular, collectively, yeah, true, Lilith, collectively sort of, or singularly run political entity with a monopoly on the use of violence over a given geographic area where all interests within it defer to the rules of the state. But to get any further than that would take some time. Drunken Valley, thank you so much for the 50 kronar. If every country was Norwegian-style Soakdam, would we need socialism? Yes. Yes. We would. Yes. Norway isn't the fucking end state of society. I'm glad we had this stream. There were a lot of people here who seem to be misunderstood when it comes to my values. Here's my hedgehog for all the doomers in chat. Thank you, Groogy. Ooh. Baby. Ball baby. Look at him. Little dick. Little spiky dick. Very good. Very, very good. Ciano Corp, thanks so much for the $5. My favorite meme is still probably Virgin versus Chad. Did I see Bundy on the side of BLM? Yep, Salvador, I did. I need another 2-hour stream calling Ben Shabino a moron, please. I'll consider it, Jordan Jackson. Thanks you. Mega, thanks the $5. Hostel Boy, the gifted tier 1 sub. Hey, Vosh, can you give my friend Feel Seal a shout out? He's leftist YouTube pooper and meme creator on YouTube.
Let me guess.
Feel Seal. Why do I feel like I've heard that before? It was private. It was a campaign event for Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders. It's funny, by the way, because these are the people who will clap like seals. Seals. Okay, I like it. The test is passed. Very good. There you go. Absolutely. Feel Seal. Godspeed to all of you. Force me with the $2. Been a soaked in my whole life. Feels weird to pull the trigger from the other side. Can't believe they all want us dead. Do they really deserve the camps? You mean people on the right or people on the left? I don't think anyone deserves to be put in a camp. I just want us to be able to live in a society where we can be free and happy and not be subjected to state violence all the time. Lettuce Fetish Theater, what's up? Epic bruh moment. True. Victoria with the $3. Please remember the good people. Remind the good people to register to vote. True. Fucking do it. Red Cascadian with the $5. 8 years of Biden, 8 years of AOC. I know wishful thinking. 8 years of Biden, 8 years of AOC, then 8 years of Ilhan Omar's daughter, who called Ilhan Omar a lib on Twitter. Okay, that's the sliding scale we need. Okay. SpongeBob Steve with the incredibly kind $15. How do I convince my Republican brother who's on the fence about Biden to vote for him? Jeez, man, I don't know. As soon as the convention is done, I'm going to be doing a bunch of content on why it's important to vote for Biden over Trump, so maybe that'd be a good time. I'll
Hey, what's going, you guys? So I never thought I'd have to get serious or political on this app, but I've been receiving a lot of comments recently saying ACAB, and I just want to take a stance and say that all chungus are big. My name's Jeff. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's going, you guys? So I never.
Sure, Doug FCA. What's the difference between a liberal and a leftist? Also, what is a tanky? Sorry, I'm a soaked em and a pleb. There's nothing wrong with being who you are, comrade. I was just annoyed. Listen, I was just annoyed at the Squad W, okay? I hope people know nothing. Never mind. A liberal, generally speaking, in the global sense, is somebody who believes in values following from the Enlightenment. So generally, these people believe in stuff like free trade, like human rights, like Republican democracy, that sort of thing. Liberal values. Just think of what came from the Enlightenment. And a leftist is usually somebody who believes in those values, but believes that the liberal way of achieving them doesn't do the right job. That is to say, that capitalism doesn't do a good job of providing economic freedom, that liberal democracy doesn't do a good job of providing political freedom, that sort of thing. And these people are usually anti-capitalists and usually collectivists who argue for some sort of redistribution of wealth and the means of production. A tanky is a pejorative for an authoritarian political actor who is, an authoritarian who prefers the aesthetics of socialism. So think red fascism. You know, they're very big on like the Soviet Union, China, but they don't actually care about human liberation. They just like how it looks. That's the gist of it, I guess. Dan Simpson, thanks so much for the $5. Really happy to hear you enjoy the content. Appreciate it, comrade. Speedy is the $5. If the state doesn't seem to really do much compared to private companies, don't you think humanity will overall benefit in the long run from space colonization? The only reason the state doesn't do any of that shit is because we've defunded it. We've defunded NASA. The state has way more money to throw around when it comes to space stuff than any individual corporation ever possibly could. Of course, corporations will be better at this when we defund the government. Also, Elon Musk hasn't done... Right now, everything Elon Musk is still doing is still a part of A, government subsidies, and B, privatization. Elon Musk is not meaningfully moving us towards, affordable space colonization. Elon Musk is doing this for a vanity project. The most Elon Musk is ever going to get with his stupid space bullshit, everything SpaceX has done, is the infrastructure the state can use to then allow individuals to start working on affordable space travel. But for him, for SpaceX on its own, it's going to be a billionaire play ride. And that's it. Any tips on public speaking? Imagine you're an audience member watching you talk. That's my general. How do I get my friends to stop saying the N-word ironically, like in jokes and stuff? Telling them it makes you uncomfortable, and if they keep doing it, then keep telling them. Then make it clear to them that that's a choice they're gonna have to make. Can we have a moment for Beirut, Lebanon? We did at the beginning of the stream. Give us a Coomer emote, please. Nope. Derek with the $5. Fuck, you mean you weren't just a suck dem for a hard-on with worker co-ops? I feel bamboozled. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty bamboozled right now myself. Yeah, true, Red Eye Sam. Have I ever read John Stuart Mills? Nope. Don Mako Umaneko with the incredibly kind $5. I will be watching the Trump interview soon, comrade. No worries. Play Ring Fit Adventure in the 200K stream. I'll consider it. Bird Goes Chirp with the $2. You can't confront and end capitalism without state violence. Checkmate anarchists. Nice, got him. Zizafar with the $2. I think you might have missed my dono, and if not, I'm just done. Enjoy the extra $2. Low base GBP finally.
It's made me a better person, and I'm still striving to be a better.
How?
I'm more authentic. I'm more honest.
No. Unforgivably stupid. And I can also see that, and I believe this to be the case, is that you just have failed developmentally. Neurological evidence in that regard is quite clear. Strip it.
Right.
Now.
Dude, getting called an idiot by Jordan Peterson does have a way with words. If he did that, if he just called me an idiot, that would be like devastating, you know? Yeah, your life's over at that point. Not because I respect him or anything, just the way he phrases stuff. Schmarpa, I'll be sure to spend on my lizard. Alex Devies, the very, very kind £5. If you have some contentions with my philosophy and strategy, email me. That's the most I can promise, though. And we'll maybe be able to talk then. Pablo Man, the incredibly kind $10. Vosh cameo account win. I want you to call my friend a dickhead on his birthday. Why don't you just clip me from the stream now? Pablo Man 4, his friend, you're a dickhead. There, and now you can play that at the right time. Maybe wonderful, wonderful. Transhumanist Space Ancom with 263. You see the senator straight up admitted that the Guido stuff last year was an attempted coup. Yeah, I saw this. It's pretty good. Very, very, very nice. In April 2019, we tried to organize a kind of coup, but it became a debacle. Everyone who told us they'd rally to Guaido got cold feet, and the plan failed publicly and spectacularly, making America look foolish and weak. Very, very nice. Literally just admitting, this is how I'm worried more about China than I am about America, because I feel like in China, if their officials work to overthrow democratically elected leaders, you know, in foreign countries, they probably wouldn't then talk about it on Twitter. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. Fixed. This is gonna get me copyrighted. Sake! That's all I can do. The rest will get me copyrighted. It's beautiful. What a beautiful babies. All right, fuckers. We spent way too long doing donuts today. Wash Warhammer stream win, whenever the fuck I feel like it. I love you all so much. Listen, there are any suckdems in the audience. You're beautiful, okay? I got some problems with capitalism. However, I recognize, Vosh, you missed my donut. No, Kavi, I just skipped it. Because it was more soak dem whining. Anyway, I love you guys. You're beautiful. Okay, even you soak dems. All right, you're such good people. You're such good people. Okay, the issue is sometimes good people can disagree a little bit. I just don't see why banning private ownership is so important. Shut the fuck up, Lilith. You're not even a soak dem. You're a fucking libertarian, okay? You don't get to the, oh, I don't see why banning private, we're not even on social democracy for you, okay? I see through your lies. Femoid deception. I see it. I love you guys, even the soak dems, okay? We're all working towards the same goal. We got a lot of fight. We got a lot of room to fight against fascism. Even you, Lilith, even though you've got a fuck ton of fascists who follow you for some reason, okay? Even you. We're all working together against fascism. All right. Love you all so much. And talk to you soon. Oh, wait, but first. Gabrielle with the $5. Can you be a leftist if you don't believe in the violent revolution? Yeah, 100%. Totally. It's just a matter of means. And Tentacular with the $5. Can you do the Trump interview $5 faster? Thank you. Soon, okay. I'd rather have my socks democratic than wet, TBH. I can agree with that. And play Hearts Fire and 4 BreadTube on stream. I will do none of those things. Thank you. Thank you. No, no, no donation. No. Good night. Good night. Good night.